Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Another technique that can be very useful whenever you're trying to define your own tone or get a sound that you haven't heard before is blending amps. Let's show an example of how this can be done. Cool. So this is a 5150 that you're hearing. Let's just solo that. Sometimes you may not have a performance that's this clear, or maybe the guitars aren't perfectly lined up, but you do want to hear that pick attack more. So something that you can do is go for an amp. In this situation, I chose a Bogner. You go for an amp that has a little more of that nice mid-range, that clear mid-range, and just get a track of the DI being reamped through that at a lower gain stage. And let me play this for you. So that's all we're getting from the Bogner. Now the trick to this is that when you blend the two, you don't have the low gain one very loud, because what it's adding is kind of multiplied by what's already there. So it's going to sound a lot louder than you think. All right, let's listen to both of those together. You can really hear that mid-range pick attack coming through a lot more. Let me turn off the Bogner and turn it back on while we're listening so we can really hear it coming in and out. That mid-range gets a lot clearer and a lot bolder than it was with just a 5150. So let's hear what that sounds like in the mix with both of those playing at the same time. So that just really cuts through so much more. If you want, let's just hear what the Bogner sounds by itself and just hear how quiet it is in the mix. You can just barely hear it coming through. So that's how much quieter it is than the actual 5150. This is the Bogner again. So you just need a little bit of it. And to demonstrate that more, I'll turn this up by about 3 dB. And you'll really hear it cut through more. And that's a very unique sound. To me, that's definitely too loud. You would kind of notice that there might be a lower gain track playing at the same time. But as long as you have it low enough, you can get away with this and you can really change the sound of an amp by just adding another one, especially if you know what characteristics you're looking for.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50+ hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix, because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to you before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple of little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track, go to the chorus of your favorite reference track, generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, you know, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part, and play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple days, but find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB, and then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. You're sailing too closer. I'll miss you, I'll still love you. You're sailing too closer. I'll miss you, I'll still love you. You're sailing too closer. Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated when you're setting your mastering level because you're not always mixing against a brick wall. You're not mixing a fully limited, loud master. So this is not necessarily applicable to mixing, but if you're just mastering, this is the best way to set it up. You should listen to all your reference tracks here, listen to all your music at this level, in this room, on these speakers, and you will become so much more intimately familiar with the nuances of your sound system and what to expect that you'll start making EQ decisions infinitely faster, infinitely more confidently, and you're not going to need to go reference in the car or on your headphones. Listening volume is one of the most important constants that you can set in your monitoring environment.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed! Yes! See everyone? The power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations. even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and great combo amp. I need Ultimate Guitar Production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping, the soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past with fizz, tuning, or common noise. But with my 9 points of light, I have the answers for you. Let it be known unto thee, there is a harrowing difference between being impulsive with your response and understanding an impulse response. In Ultimate Guitar Production, we will show you just how to create and harness the power of the impulse. For the users are many, but the creators are few. This knowledge will translate across 3 genres, separate in sound, united in spirit. Young man, tell me your mixing woes.
I've tried everything, but my mixes still suck. Help me, oh Honorable Wade.
Okay, I need you to repeat after me. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection.
EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. It's all coming through.
But that's only the beginning, my friends. We'll dive deep into the holy text of guitar. And on the 7th string, it was played. Blending sounds, experimenting without guilt. You need to be triple rectified. And experiencing the fellowship between man and guitar. So I invite thee, come and wade in the sparkling, golden, healing waters of Ultimate Guitar Production.
All right, welcome to part 2 of March 2019 Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen and this time Amaranth. And if you're tuning in live, thank you for bearing with us. We don't even understand what's going on with the time zones. We know that there was some European time zone shift, but ours in the U.S. happened a few weeks ago, and we planned this while I was in a whole other time zone. So we beg your forgiveness. We're stupid. And with that, Jacob, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Still, how are you feeling after having done a Nail the Mix yesterday? Still,
it was great. I think I feel confident, and I hope that I really hope that people got something out of that.
It was a pretty great session.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we got to do 2 bands. We do that every once in a while, but in this case, especially, I think that just because they're so vastly different.
Yeah,
Do you, like, I mean, I'm sure we'll see, but when you get a project like zcr3ed, which is, you know, I mean, it was a super intricate mix, but, you know, the setup is rather traditional versus something like this where, I mean, it's still a rock band with a guitar and drums and bass, but all these vocalists and all these mega arrangements. Do you get into a different headspace when you approach it, or is it just you're working on a song?
I'm working on a song. I don't think I. Of course, it's in some way it's a little bit of a different approach because, as you know, we wanted the zcr3ed mix to sound really angry. This is not the case. There is, of course, some aggression in here still, but it's more like it has to work a little bit more mainstream-ish, this one. So there's, of course, a little bit of thought behind that going into the mix, yeah.
Well, I remember, for instance, this is a super vocal-heavy band.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I mean, you got the vocals sounding incredible yesterday, but you were saying that for that style of music, you like the vocals to sound like they're very loud, and part of that is by not having it super over the band, which is actually opposite of what someone might think, but it's not the intuitive choice, but it makes perfect sense the way you explained it, that you want it to sound like the band is super loud, so the vocalist is having to really project to be over the band. But is that the same thing in, I mean, this is metal, but it's pop too.
Yeah. This is, I mean, even though that's normally a thing that I like to do, that the vocals are, you know, sit a little bit underneath the band in some way. I think that this needs vocals to be on top because this has some pop elements in here. So it's got to be, you know, vocals pretty much up front, not you know, really pop loud, but something if you should be able to play this on the radio in some way, I think, and the vocals to stand out and come through.
Actually, I think that one thing I'm going to be asking you about a few times through this is going to be the difference between where you have the vocals for this versus pop loud, because on a lot of the submissions that I heard, I think people made the vocals, at least Elise's vocals, pop loud.
Yeah.
And I understand why they thought that was the right choice, but the thing is, I mean, her voice is great, but it lost all the power in the mix, and it sounded a little awkward. It just didn't work. No, because there was no real size to the mix or aggression or anything.
You're totally right. It's still gotta be this heavy band that, you know, that's actually the most important thing in some way. That it's a metal band, you know, playing. It's gotta be aggressive, and then if you're, how do you say, not a normal typical metal listener, you should be able to focus on the vocals and kind of make that your main focus, so you can kind of you can forget about what's going on in the metal band and just follow the rhythm and the lead vocals. But still, like you're saying, if the vocals are too loud, everything will seem weirdly soft in a way, and that's not the point of this, you know. Actually, I think it's gotta be pretty heavy, because it's down-tuned guitars, and it is a breakdown metal song, you know, in some way.
Yeah, actually, I think that one of the reasons that this band is doing well with metalheads, and not just like pop metal, but a lot of people who love like the brutal stuff happen to like this band too. Yeah. And I think that it's because it's actually legitimately heavy.
It is.
Like, they have some sliming parts.
Yeah. They know their shit, and it's like I'm saying, it has this, especially this song, but there are more songs on this album that are really, really heavy. You know, a breakdown metalcore-ish heavy. So you gotta be able to get that out of the mix as well, and not just treat it like a pop metal mix in some way, because that's not gonna work. I think it could work maybe, but I want to have this.
It could work, but the thing is that this band is getting accepted by metal, like real metalheads.
Yeah.
Not just those pop metal people.
No, yeah.
Like guys, people who don't listen to like Nightwish or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this band, and a lot of people that I know that are into the super brutal stuff, for some reason, are cool with this band.
Yeah.
And this band seems to get the pass from the brutal side, as opposed to, I mean, nothing against Nightwish or anything, but like I don't think that band gets the pass from the brutal side of the community.
No, it's probably a little more strongly divided into like and dislike in some way. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, nothing against Nightwish at all. No. I just think that the audience is more of a pop audience, whereas this band seems to be bridging that gap successfully.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they're good at doing that. This writing those extremely heavy songs, but with fantastic, catchy pop top lines from Elise. This is very well done, I think.
Yeah, it got really stuck in my head. I was actually kind of mad at you. After I did the unboxing, I just could not get that chorus out of my head.
No, yeah, it's addicted.
Very, very much so. And actually, that's something I think they have in common with Discarnate, because, I mean, they couldn't be further apart musically, but the thing about Discarnate that I thought and think is great, in addition to just great riffs and all that stuff, is that they're very catchy. I mean, it's not like in a pop hook sort of way. It's more that the riffs are catchy and the beats are catchy, but it's catchy catchy shit. And so is this.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Is that kind of something that you gravitate towards?
Yeah, I think I do, because even though when I started listening to metal, unlike a lot of other people that, started with softer things and went on into the more crazy stuff, I totally fell in love with, Destruction, Creator, Dark Angel. It had to be over the top crazy at that time. But at the same time, I loved ABBA and the Beatles and, all the, the very pop stuff. So there's maybe something about, when I can hear that the songwriter or the metal bands are not, have something, that there's actually some ABBA in here as well, I think, in some weird way. And I think that
I hear it.
Even though we're, with Discarnate, there's also this kind of catchy way of writing. It's not just crazy, brutal riffs that's going on, 13 different riffs, because that's not it. In some way, I really like
riff
when it's
salad.
catchy.
It's not riff salad.
No, it's not. It's catchy written, and it's actually in some strange way a very pleasing pop type of, writing death metal. And I really love that. That's fantastic,
Totally. Yeah. So you have a long history with Amaranth.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Have they worked with you on everything?
On every single album. There was one album that was recorded elsewhere that I mixed, where we did the vocals here only. But apart from that, I've worked with them since almost day one.
Did you work with them prior to them even getting signed? Or from their first label release?
Maybe they weren't signed when we did the first album, but they got signed right after, something like that.
So really from the beginning?
Yeah. I think they did a demo of 3 songs or something like that with Fredman or something back in the days. Yeah, and then they came to me because the drummer is Danish and he lives like half an hour from me, and I think that was why. Plus, I knew
He should come by if he wants.
Yeah, he should actually. Yeah, yeah, and Olaf, the main songwriter and guitarist, he was actually he was helping out at Night Rage when I did an album with them in my old studio, so I got to know him a little bit there, and I think something just clicked, and the first album was also such a great experience, It was just.
So, do you think that this is one of those scenarios where your careers have kind of grown together and their success has helped you and vice versa? But
Yeah.
it sounds like it's one of those
I think so.
situations.
Yeah, I have a few, album or bands that I've kind of grown together with, which is such an amazing feeling. That's also something that I think this metal community or this metal business can do. It can be very loyal. Plus, it's not only the bands being loyal to me as clients, but it's also me being hopefully very loyal to them, and grows into some crazy big friendship where we all love each other. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Well, I mean, how long has it been? Well over 10 years.
It's. I think when they were here the last time, I think we talked about that. It was almost like a 10-year anniversary or something. I'm not really sure, but it could be even more than 10 years actually. I can't remember. I'm terrible at numbers and years and shit, so I can't tell.
It's okay. I'm terrible with time zones apparently.
Yeah.
So
it's not. I mean, yeah.
So this, if I'm being honest, I wasn't too familiar with them before this. I'm now very familiar with them, and I saw that some of their old songs, all their songs have millions of views. But some of the old ones have, like, one of them has like 75 million views on a video. Yeah. Another one has like 20 million. Like, there's some very high view counts.
Yeah.
Did they get big right out the gate with their first record? Like, was it a pretty instant hit?
I think this band was something that nobody wanted to say they liked in some way. It was like the guilty pleasure of everybody. I remember.
I kind of felt like that at first when I started listening.
It was weird because, like you're saying, even there was a song, the first single I think on the first album was called Hunger, and it was like it was kind of like a hit in the underground, and yeah, like you're saying, tons of views, and the videos were done, expertly, or very well done, and it seemed like a lot of people liked it. But in the media, they got a hard time, especially from the people who felt it was so wrong, because I think it was one of those bands where they almost did the promo pictures before they had a song. It was, but everything was just it was so not metal in some way, which I think was brilliant, just this way of thinking very much about image, songs, videos, everything was very visual in some way, and a lot of people were like, this is the devil. Or,
it's weird because then Dimmu Borgir does it and it's okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's okay if you're filled with blood and barf, but but if you look great, that's uncool.
Yeah.
If you wear a little bit of makeup or something, but blood's good. That's fine. No, I'm kidding a little bit, but it was funny to see that it seemed like everybody hated them, but they got so many views. And I remember them playing at Wacken Festival in, maybe that was, I can't remember, that's so many years ago. I think the first appearance there, and I went to see them, and it was like I believe maybe 10,000 capacity tent, and it was crammed, and people were outside and couldn't get in, and everybody hated it. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
It's this, you see that a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Bands like Avenged Sevenfold, for instance.
yeah,
People say they hate.
Yeah.
Somehow they've sold millions of records.
it's
There's there's a lot of hate. But it happened too with Slipknot. They were the coolest band for metalheads to hate.
yeah. That's weird.
They were lying, obviously.
Yeah, of
you know,
course.
it's I think that's one of the best cases of everybody buying a record and saying they didn't buy it, but buying it and listening to it for 8 months straight with no breaks.
That's a strange thing. I'm not sure I'm happy about that. It's so strange.
I think it's destructive, honestly.
Yeah, it is. And let's not go there.
Yeah, it's a whole other conversation. Let's talk about this song some. So, were you involved at all in the writing of this song, or how did they present it to you? Like, what was the process?
Yeah, no, they. It's actually been. They've come with almost final songs all the time, and presented that to me, and I've had, maybe a few changes in, small arrangement things or something like, why does the last chorus work better than the other ones? Let's just skip these two choruses and do the modulating chorus, blah blah, stuff like that, or
Producer stuff.
Yeah, This is a band where everything is pretty, in some way, well planned from the beginning. Of course, they've started, being a little bit more unprepared in some way. On this album, I think they had 3 songs ready when they came into the studio, and we set up an extra studio for Olof and Elise, they are the main songwriters, and they were sitting in my vocal booth with a small studio and doing pre-production on the next songs we had to track drums for, or me and Morten were tracking here while they were writing it there. And when we ended a song, we would be like, so are there new songs for us to record? So but it's very, everything's planned out and it's done and fixed, and they know what to do.
So I've been in scenarios where that is horrible and scenarios where that is great.
Yeah.
And I think that, that's either a nightmare or it's either a nightmare or a blessing, depending on what band you're working with. I'm sure, all of us who have recorded bands have had the band show up with 3 songs, and who knows how you're going to get the next 7 done without doing everything for them, because the reason they didn't have the songs done isn't because they're a super busy band and really good musicians who can do it in the studio. They only have 3 songs because they're irresponsible and kind of suck. But it sounds like in this situation there's a lot of confidence that it could get done.
It's all cool, and it's maybe been like that for some years, for some albums. I can't even remember, but I think they just got more and more busy. Of course, they're touring and doing all kinds of things all the time, so there's lots of things going on in the band. So I think it came pretty natural, and I'm actually been, when they enter the door and tell me that I'm totally confident that that's going to be fine, because I know what Olof and Elise they can accomplish together, and they're so good at this, and he's so fast at picking up one small idea. We talk about something that we think is cool, this is that song where they do this is pretty cool. We should do that. We should do such a song, and
What does Olaf play?
What's that?
What does Olaf play?
He's the guitarist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is he like the main writer?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about her?
She does many of the top line, or all of the top linings.
She's the top line writer.
But she has great ideas for songs as well. And she tells all of how the riff is gonna sound and things. She's great at writing as well.
I actually think that that's one of the best skills a band member or a producer can have, is to be able to decipher
Yeah, because there's a lot of really talented people who may not be arrangers themselves, but their ideas are solid gold.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think some of the best partnerships come from someone who can understand what they mean when they give you an idea, and then turn it into a great song.
Yeah, I've done so many albums with bands where there's this one guy who's actually maybe not the best musician. He's actually, it feels a little bit more like he's the manager or the driver or something. But he has all the good ideas, all the great things. He knows when, you know, that was the take. This is the, you know, that was go. You know, goosebumps everywhere. Let's keep this and, you know, play that solo like this, or, you know, stuff like that. It's great with these kinds of people, and they're often, especially the ones that are not very musician-like, they just have some, you know, it's all about the feeling. They're often, you know, looked down upon in some way.
It's really dumb to look down on them.
It's great to have those people in.
Yeah, some of my best collaborations have come with people like that, because I knew how to translate what they were saying into music. And the thing is, we all know people who have lots of musical skills who can't write shit.
Oh yeah.
The first place where I really experienced this was mind and life changing, was I went to Berkeley, and I went to an arranging class, and the teacher was very strict with me. Like, she didn't like me at all. And I don't know, I was probably an asshole, but but she had like all these advanced degrees and was, by all intents and purposes, an incredible musician. Incredible, right?
Yeah.
One day she played us her latest music that she had just gotten recorded, and it was the worst garbage I've ever heard. Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like all this skill, and what is this?
Yeah.
Like, what? How did you not know that this is terrible? Yeah. Like, it's. I mean, if there was a way to objectively quantify quality, then this would be terrible. And it made me realize that skills are great, but without ideas, you have nothing. And then, of course, the opposite is true. If all you have are ideas and no skills, then you need to find someone who can translate it.
You can build the band around you, and they'll be fine.
Yeah,
really,
exactly. You know? You need to have both, in some way, shape, or form. But people who have skills but aren't very creative should never feel like they're somehow superior to the creative types with less skills, because you need them.
That's happening a lot of times, though.
I know it happens. That's why I wanted to say it. It happens a lot, but it's dumb, because without those idea people...
I've worked with a band where they bring in, you know, sometimes they know this one guy who actually knows nothing about music, but listens as a normal listener. And you know, they watch how he reacts to things, and sometimes he's like, you know, what? I don't understand that thing that happened somewhere in the song, and we find the spot and just get rid of it. You know, stuff like that. It's great. It's like, you know, asking your mom to enter the room, and if she starts dancing, it's great. But you know, something like that. I think
exactly
that's I don't know. It's maybe not.
Especially with my death metal band, I'd always bring my mom in and see
if she goes like, then it's good. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah,
beats are on point.
Great blast beat. Yeah.
Exactly. So, I'm curious about the way you set up this song, as far as the DAW goes. I don't think we need to go through every single DAW. Through every single bus like you did yesterday.
No.
Because you covered it yesterday.
It's
So we have a whole other nail to mix.
Oh yes.
I lost your lav mic.
Lost my lav mic. Hold on a second.
We're going to do a quick commercial.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple little pieces.
Sorry about that, guys. Just had a quick technical difficulty we had to fix. One thing I just realized that I forgot to say at the very beginning is that we will be doing Q&As throughout this. So if you have a question, just put a bracket, a Q, and your question, and we will ask it. Also, later on today, we will be announcing the winner of the mix competition, and who's going to get to take home some seriously sick stuff, like a seriously sick preamp from Golden Age Premiere and tube microphones, so stick around. But anyways, back to talking about this. I don't think we need to go through every single bus, especially if you do certain things exactly the same.
I do, yeah.
But what I would like to go over are, there's different elements in this.
Yeah.
So maybe we could just give us a real quick refresher on the basic buses that you have that you kept the same. Just a quick refresher, and then let's talk about like the vocals and the keyboards and all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. So I have here all my kicks, and on a bus here to control that. I have, scrolling down here, I have all my spot mic cymbals ending on a bus here to be able to control that as well. I've got my toms on 2 buses, a reverb for the toms, some drum reverbs, a bus where my snare ends, or all of my snares are ending, drum bus, and some parallel buses, and yeah, actually a bus for all the keyboards that are going. It's actually not a lot here, because Olaf, who did all the programming and played the keyboards, I believe he bounced down a lot of tracks in his own DAW, so that's why it looks really simple, which is actually great. So we can just put it in there and let it play, and yeah. Bass ends on a bus here as well, and there's a spreader on it. I don't do a bus on the guitars in this song. I felt like there was no need in some way. Sometimes I leave that out. It's not very often, but I did in this case. It's also only 2 tracks, so it's easy to figure out. I have a bus for every type of vocal and for every vocalist. This is, for example, here is the male vocals from Nils, ends here. These are his main vocals. All his backing vocals, they end on a bus. And then I have a bunch of different ones from Elise. There are some intro vocals and some effect vocals here. But all her main vocals will end on a bus as well. and all her backing vocals end on a bus here. And then there's a bunch of growling vocals here, Cookie Monster thing, which ends on 2 different buses, which is like the main growling, and then there are some backup growling. That's about it, I guess. Yeah, everything ends on a master bus. That means this goes to my summing amp. All the tracks goes to my summing amp and goes back into Pro Tools via that bus there. Yeah, I think that was about it.
So, someone was wondering, which of your monitors are you mixing on?
I'm mixing on NS10s, and actually the JBL 4412, they're on as well, and I have a sub. So everything is on except for the Barefoots right now.
Crazy.
Which is crazy, and people are like, that idiot. And and it's something I started doing because the NS10s only sounds a little crappy in some way. But it's great crap, though. I like that they're not, you know, if you are doing terrible mixes on NS10s, they will tell you, because it's not going to translate very well.
So all day yesterday we were hearing NS10s with the sub?
Yeah, and the JBLs, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything's playing at once except for the Barefoots. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
What is it about the Barefoots that makes you not use them?
I got them recently, and they're fantastic. It's insane, the stereo image and the depth, and it's just crazy. But it was so far from what I was used to mixing on that I went like, I started a project on mixing a project on those, and I got somewhere, that I didn't want to go, and I was like, oh God, I gotta start all over, and I gotta get used to them before I can mix real on them. And I haven't really spent the time on getting used to them yet, and I need to do that, and time is just not allowing it. So it's a little stupid, but it's like that sometimes. You've gotta, when your calendar's packed, you can't just spend 2 weeks on listening on a couple of monitors to break them in.
I mean, there's nothing stupid about getting to know your monitors.
No, that's very important. It's actually much more important than the monitor itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm just, it's a little crazy, but they're just standing there and looking great.
They do look great. That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing if we have any other questions on the very basics. Chris Huber is wondering, do you use any of the outboard gear we see in the background for tracking, or also a little bit for mixing?
Yeah, for tracking, definitely. I have a bunch of fantastic preamps, I think. Lots of weird old vintage, German vintage stuff, especially some newer classic stuff as well. And yeah, some old custom-made Neve preamps. I've had a guy from New York make me, Gruning. He's called Thomas Gruning. Lots of great stuff that I use for tracking, and it's of course used. All of it is used very much in the Amaranth song. But for mixing, I used to do a little bit of outboard processing, especially having the TubeTech CL1B on the bass on all my mixes. But at some point I stopped doing it because actually I felt like the plugins were now so good that I actually couldn't tell the difference, which is a crazy thing to say, but not that I'm using a CL.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We've done a few tests like this.
I just saw myself getting so close, or at least, having a bass sound where I went, this sounds very good to me, and I could actually bypass, put the hardware compressor on and see if I liked it better, and I was like, no, it was fine, with the plug-in. So that's just what I stick to. I have a setup where I can insert some hardware, and I do that from time to time. I've just made a mix for a Swedish band where I ended up using an old handmade Danish compressor on the guitars, which was great for that thing. But you know, it's sometimes everything's happening in the box except for, or most of the times actually, except for you know, the fact that everything goes through a passive mixer in some way. Yeah.
So this one's from Chris Adler. And hey, Chris, if you want to come by, you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
But
fresh coffee.
Yeah, the coffee's great here, and Red Bull today. So come by if you want. But 2 questions from Chris for you. Number 1, who has better hair, Jacob Hansen or Chris Adler? And number 2, how important is perfect hair to the mix?
It's actually very important. It's about.
Serious answer.
He was very serious. I'm serious about it. No, yeah, I think it's funny. It's not about the hair, but you have to feel good when sitting in front of a mix. You have to. I mean, if you have a bad hair day, you'll make a terrible mix, I'm sure. I don't know, but Chris has very fine hair.
A mix lab about what's that?
Yeah, Chris has very fine hair.
He does.
He does.
It is.
Yeah.
We'll do a mix lab about hair care and
how
mixing.
to prepare for mixing. What shirt to wear and stuff.
So here's one from Robin Lejean, which is: do you ever use headphones for mixing, or is it just referencing? And if so, which ones do you use?
Hey, Robin. No, I don't do headphones. I used to do it when I printed all my mixes. I would, take a pair of headphones just to listen to if there was something that I missed in the, somewhere in the stereo picture or something that I wanted to do differently. But I never mix with headphones. Not that I'm saying that it's stupid or wrong or something. It's just not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a weird thing, I think that we're good on questions for now. Actually, one more, and we'll just keep going. I'm asking more questions earlier because we're not going into quite as much detail on the buses today, because we did yesterday. Yeah. And this reason this is coming up now, I think, and I want to ask is because anyone who saw last month remembers that the mix was in mono for the first 4 hours. And that's the first time in Nail the Mix that we've had some serious amount of time spent in mono. So Philip Cass is wondering, do you mix in mono at some time in your workflow?
No, I don't, but if there's something where I'm feeling a little, if I'm being, how do you say, cheated by stereo image, if in some way that I think that it's not, I have a mono button here that I can press from time to time just to check if things are working in mono, or if I feel like, oh, is there something that could be potentially canceling out or something. But it's funny, but it's nothing that I think that much of. It's just you can do it. But it's actually strange because my old studio it had a little weird setup, and I was actually sitting, because when I started my old studio, I had a mixing board here, and my Pro Tools DAW was here, and I started mixing like that, but it went more and more into Pro Tools, so I started mixing on this, sitting on the side, listening this way. So I actually made sometimes when I look back, some interesting choices because I was only mixing with one ear in some way. Because, there's something about where you can feel, like, yeah, this is sounding great just because it's stereo. But maybe it's not great, actually. Maybe it's just wide.
And
so there's
you
something
can
about
sometimes overlook problems for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So I think I've read here and there that there are some people who start in mono, get a great drum sound in mono, and then start spreading out a little bit.
That's what Sam did last month. And it was, I've never this is my first time in my life being around a mix that was basically mixed in mono for the first big part of the mix.
Yeah,
and it was crazy sounding. But it totally worked. As soon as he put it into stereo, it was like, wow,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Plus, I think that especially working on, I mean, with drums and multiple sources, it's so easy, much more easy to hear if things are weirdly out of phase or canceling out if it's in mono. You won't maybe notice in stereo, actually. So what I think, maybe I did that yesterday also in Discarnate, that if I need to check if my, or yeah, no, I probably didn't. But anyway, if I need to check if my spot mics are, you know, working in phase with my snare, you know, spot mics on cymbals and my overheads, I need to do it in mono. Otherwise, it, you know, I can't tell.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense, actually. It's something that I actually should try, you know, starting out with a drum mix in mono and see how that comes out.
It was very strange, but it worked.
Yeah.
So actually, last question, and we'll take a break, come back and get right into the mixing. This one from Peter Buju, which is, what sub are you using?
It's a Swedish-made brand. It was the guy who made the acoustics for the place, and he said to me, "You need a sub," and it's called XTC, I think. It's a Swedish brand that they are actually making it for home cinema use, and it's got a lot of, you can adjust it very much. There's a lot of adjustment possibilities, and it's very cool. Yeah.
Great. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, come back, get right into it. Start with drums on this one?
Yep.
Okay, cool. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack, and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed. Yes. See everyone, the power of ultimate guitar production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and great combo amp. I need ultimate guitar production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping. The soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past with fizz, tuning, or common noise. But with my 9 points of light, I have the answers for you. Let it be known unto thee, there is a harrowing difference between being impulsive with your response and understanding an impulse response. In Ultimate Guitar Production, we will show you just how to create and harness the power of the impulse. For the users are many, but the creators are few. This knowledge will translate across 3 genres, separate in sound, united in spirit. Young man, tell me your mixing woes.
I've tried everything, but my mixes still suck. Help me, oh Honorable Wade.
Okay, I need you to repeat after me. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection.
EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, it's all coming through.
But that's only the beginning, my friends. We'll dive deep into the holy text of guitar. And on the 7th string, it was played. Blending sounds, experimenting without guilt. You need to be triple rectified. And experiencing the fellowship between man and guitar. So I invite thee, come and wade in the sparkling, golden, healing waters of Ultimate Guitar Production.
Yo, Drumforge Ultimate Sampler is finally here. Whether you're a songwriter, musician, producer, mixing engineer, or maybe you just love making metal renditions of pop songs on YouTube, whatever the case, you need a great drum sound. Our sampler is hyper optimized and lightning fast, so you can spend less time waiting and more time creating. Like, you know, your next cat video sensation. Harness your creativity with our award-winning sample library.
Yo, shout out to Pro Tools Expert!
60 plus instruments featured on records from bands such as Attila, Machine Head, Vinyl Theater, and many, many more. Build your perfect drum kit creatively with a practical approach via the intuitive UI design. Change the engineering setups and select processed or unprocessed samples per microphone for maximum flexibility. Best of all, the mixer combined with powerful built-in DSP modules allows you to fully mix your drum sound from scratch without ever touching another plugin.
How about that?
Last but not least, it's actually affordable. Click below to learn more.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Another technique that can be very useful whenever you're trying to define your own tone or get a sound that you haven't heard before is blending amps. Let's show an example of how this can be done. Cool. So this is a 5150 that you're hearing. Let's just solo that. Sometimes you may not have a performance that's this clear, or maybe the guitars aren't perfectly lined up, but you do want to hear that pick attack more. So something that you can do is go for an amp. In this situation, I chose a Bogner. You go for an amp that has a little more of that nice mid-range, that clear mid-range, and just get a track of the DI being reamped through that at a lower gain stage. And let me play this for you. So that's all we're getting from the Bogner. Now the trick to this is that when you blend the two, you don't have the low gain one very loud, because what it's adding is kind of multiplied by what's already there. So it's going to sound a lot louder than you think. All right, let's listen to both of those together. You can really hear that mid-range pick attack coming through a lot more. Let me turn off the Bogner and turn it back on while we're listening so we can really hear it coming in and out. That mid-range gets a lot clearer and a lot bolder than it was with just a 5150. So let's hear what that sounds like in the mix with both of those playing at the same time. So that just really cuts through so much more. If you want, let's just hear what the Bogner sounds by itself and just hear how quiet it is in the mix. You can just barely hear it coming through. So that's how much quieter it is than the actual 5150. This is the Bogner again. So you just need a little bit of it. And to demonstrate that more, I'll turn this up by about 3 dB. And you'll really hear it cut through more. And that's a very unique sound. To me, that's definitely too loud. You would kind of notice that there might be a lower gain track playing at the same time. But as long as you have it low enough, you can get away with this, and you can really change the sound of an amp by just adding another one, especially if you know what characteristics you're looking for.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50-plus hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix, because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Welcome back to day 2 of Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen, this time Amaranth. I hope all of you had the best break you've ever had in your entire lives, because now it's time to get into it. So, we're getting started.
Yeah.
I see that you brought in all your samples.
Yeah.
So you already printed these.
I printed these, yeah.
Okay. So that is quite a few samples on the kick.
It's because it's 4 kick drum samples and there are 2 kick drums, so it adds up. Yeah, ton.
So every individual sample is in stereo. It's not.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. Yes.
Cool.
All right. Well, let's get going. Let's see. I'll start here with my bass drum. Yeah, and some people were wondering, I saw that somewhere, why it was cut out, and what I did is I just stripped silence on this one, because to get rid of bleed and things, and what I do is I just use this, of course it also makes it easier to trigger the kick drum off that when it's done that. You know, when it's that cut out, that just helps Drumagog, which I'm using. So here we go, and what my plan is here, I will put on this one and start working on the kick drum.
This was recorded in your live room?
Yeah, this is recorded here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And what I'm going to do here, because I have an outside kick as well, I'm going to listen to that now, and then you'll see what's going on later. You hear there's a ton of bleed, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a bus here that sends this this kick drum that's already been cut out. I'm going to send that to a gate here.
So, just out of curiosity,
Yep.
and this is Robin Lejean is asking this, but actually I was about to ask you this too.
Yeah.
When you're starting this EQ here, both on the in and out kick,
Yeah.
What are you listening for? And are you trying to remove crap or make it sound better?
I'm trying to make it sound better. In the inside kick, I want to hear a tight click, and I want to remove a little bit of mud around, here in the low mids. I'm adding a little bit of low mid, lows in the inside kick drum and compressing a little bit. But that's all that I do. Just again, kind of broad strokes on that.
Mm-hmm.
And since I know I know what I've chosen. I know what kind of mic I've chosen. I know my drum room. I know how it's normally being captured. So I have some kind of idea of where I want to go immediately, because I've sat here, tracked the drums, and already thought about how is that going to work in the mix.
Yeah.
So it's actually it's just some kind of intuitive EQing that I want some click out of that and then move on.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I'm not going to sit for hours and work on a kick drum here. It's just gonna work in the mix, and it's gonna be. Except what I did in the discarded mix was completely only samples in the kick drum. But here we have a natural good sounding kick drum actually that I'm going to use. Plus he's a very dynamic player that I want some of that into the mix here. Right, so let's see.
By the way, I love that such a radically different situation, because there was no kick drum yesterday. So
yeah. It's different. Now we have a kick drum. So let's see. I'm sending this bus into this gate here. So that was bus 9, right? It's maybe not sounding very natural right now in solo, but that's gonna work fine, I think. I actually kind of like the bleed that's in the outside kick, and sometimes I don't gate that out. But right now it's a little, because it's a little bit of a, how do you say, like a in some way clinical mix in some way. So that bleed thing there, it's not good if that's going to be heard. So let's see how that's going to work. But yeah, that's I can almost copy that to the other kick drum, as it's maybe adjust it a little bit. That's the same brand kick drum. Of course, I'll have to do another bus here, a new one, bus 10. Same setup where I'm triggering or keying the gate off the main kick drum, which has been cut out very hard there, as you can see. Let's hear that.
It's hard.
Yeah, he does. But it's also very dynamic, and it's his way of his style, which is very nice.
What I've always thought is interesting about natural kick and metal is that the sound that most people are used to hearing is a trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, a sample, sometimes blended, but that finished sound is not what a bass drum sounds like.
No.
So I think that a question is, how do you know when you have a good kick drum, a good natural kick, that'll work for metal? Because it's not like you mic it up and hear it and that's what it's supposed to sound like.
No.
Whereas sometimes you could mic toms and they already sound like thunder.
Exactly.
Or the snare already, you might still put a sample on the snare, but still the natural snare sometimes will already sound big and have great crack, where the kick drum almost sounds nothing.
Kick drums are hard, and I think that that's also a tough thing for most drummers to choose a kick drum that sounds great, if you know what I mean. They just get a kick drum together with the kit, and they hear the snare and the toms, and then how can you actually tell as a drummer if your kick drum is sounding great? That's actually an interesting question, because the sound is going away from the. You only hear the batter head if you're a drummer. There'll probably be some drummers that are gonna be crazy mad at me now for saying this, but but I think that you actually hear your kick drum the first time it's being mic'd for real. Then you hear, is it actually, how does it sound?
Yeah.
And that's, of course, it depends on tuning and heads and all these things, but still the shell has so much to say. And sometimes I have kick drums in here where I go, that's it. This is how it's supposed to sound. And the guy maybe didn't even think about it. It was just what came with his kit, but it's just so good. And other times I'm like, this is so not working. But it's still, great kit, and the kick drum is not sounding very good. So I change it or something, and it's also, of course, knowing what to look for in a kick drum that's working, a natural kick drum that's working in metal, and that's tough. Also because everything you hear almost in metal has some kind of sample in there. In modern metal, I think. Of course, there are many albums that are done without that has this natural thing going, and it is possible. But then you also have to, I think, be in a whole different mindset about when you start working on the drums. You can't have a drummer who will say, no, I want to use my snare because it's mine, not because it sounds great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that for this particular recording, I think this is actually an okay kick drum sound.
Mm-hmm.
It's not terrible. And Morten will kill me now. It's pretty good, but this still needs some samples, I think. Also because
almost always needs samples.
Yeah.
Almost.
It's terrible to say that, but yeah, it's very tough to. I mean, even in modern rock music, I think you will need to augment in some way, because there are so many variables around a drum kit, and it's hard to do right, and there are so many things: heads, tuning, mic placement, the player especially.
So then the question I have is, in this scenario where you do want to include the natural kick, and it's not just something where you lost the battle and, so you chose this kick, you want to use it in the mix, you're not just going to roll off everything and replace with a sample, right? You didn't use a kick pad.
No.
Like, you're going to use it.
Yeah.
But you're obviously going to use a bunch of samples.
Yeah.
What is it that you want the kick to add to the sound? Because it's obviously not the complete sound. What elements of the natural kick are you looking for?
I'm actually looking for a little bit of natural attack from the kick drum, but also some thud in the low end that is that is kind of cool when it's natural, because that I think when a natural kick hits a bus compressor, for example, has something special about it, rather than a sample that is kind of static in some way. You know, where a soft hit can have a different frequency or a different sound, a different space in the frequency range, and a hard hit will maybe move a little bit up in the frequency range in some way, or and those two different things will do a lot to a drum mix, I think. So it's to me, it's kind of, if I can have a natural bass drum or kick drum, even if what people deliver is terrible, I'll tuck it in there just to have the little bit of dynamics and the little bit of different flavor in there, and see if I can find something, sometimes with really drastic EQing on the kick drum to get it working.
Sounds
in there.
like that using the attack from the natural kick can help make it to where you don't get the annoying typewriter sound so easily.
Yeah, I think so. You get a little bit of that dynamic feeling and those different kinds of hits, and I think that's nice. So let's move on with this. I don't know, turn that down a little bit and move on and open up for the samples that are going with the kicks.
What's crazy is that doesn't sound too sampled.
No.
And
yeah.
You've got 4 samples going.
Yeah, that's good. But it's also, I think it's also because it's most of these kick drum samples are real kick drums. I mean, that I recorded myself, or at least 2 of them. So it has, it's my room, it's my setup, my typical mic setup, and then I'm adding a little bit of other types of samples in there.
Could you tell us what, or show us each one and what it is you looking for out of it?
Let's listen here. That's actually a Tommy Lee kick drum sample, which is pretty cool, from, I think, the Generation Swine album that Bob Rock made, some sample pack. And I think that's nice. I like the roomy sound and the very high clicky thing. And here's another one. That's more like the classic, in some way, metal kick sample, fast in and out. I think it comes from some D-drum trigger module or something like that, as far as I remember.
So these samples aren't all from your room?
No, there are 2 that are not. Okay. Yeah, sorry, if I said that they were all, but they're not. 2 are. This is one that I made myself. This is an old 70s Ludwig sample. It's actually the same that I'm using on the Discarnate.
That one has like a lot of good beater sound to it.
Yeah. And another one here. That's probably going to be the one that's going to be the main, so to speak, and the other are just helping and adding. And you know, this is one of the kick drums where I, you know, when the guy brought this one in, I was like, yeah, I'm getting that. I'm recording that for later use. So yeah, and I feel like right now it seems like it's actually working together with the natural one. Yeah, and I'm happy with how the bleed from the outside kick stays out of it. I'm okay with that. It could be. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of bleed in there. That's sometimes just okay.
Are you triggering that gate with the kick in?
Yeah, I am, and because it's totally cut out, you know. It's so easy to gate it away with, or to trigger that gate with that sound. Very simple. And even though it's, some people will maybe think that, oh, it's too bad to cut a kick drum like that, but I would have gated that anyway. So it's just, you know, and you get the fast, you know, the click sound from the beater head, and the rest of the body comes from the outside kick. So it's totally fine. Right, let's listen to the snare now. I think I'm gonna move to the chorus for this one, but just... Yeah, some bleed that I need to get rid of first and foremost using this one, and some, you know, side chaining an expander here. Yep, it's very neat. Got rid of most of that annoying bleed. Let's see, and some EQ. Yeah, I'm just looking for some good attack in this snare and some good tone. Sounds pretty good so far. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy that whole snare track into another, as for now, untreated track. So it's just a duplicate of what I had. Copy the gate or the expander into that track, and then I will destroy it. Will destroy it with the lo-fi plug here. Again, listen to that. That seems like it needs some EQing as well. And now I'm going to figure out if I like the blend of that into the real snare. Let's see. Yeah, I do like that. It's it immediately gets a little fatter in some way, and yeah, it does something good to it. So it's not just all attack and no tone. I'll work a little bit more on that. Yeah, that's all right. And moving to the snare bottom head. Let's hear that. I think it's important always to capture the snare under, you know, I always do it. I can't believe when I get tracks that has no...
Man. Of all things people can choose not to record, like maybe you can sacrifice hi-hat sometimes. You can even sacrifice rooms sometimes. It's not advisable, but don't sacrifice snare bottom.
No, I think so too.
It's crucial.
It is, and especially, I mean, you know, you hear how many ghost notes there are, and these are important for the groove, and we need those from the snare bottom head as well. Plus, it, you know, here's where you can put a ton of high end, you know, into your snare, get a lot of snare crack, and yeah, it's just important. And yeah, this is done with a condenser underneath, and there are many ways to do it, but always do it. Let's listen to that. Solo first. and I mean, I often do it, quite, that sometimes sounds quite crazy in solo. The bottom head, it's really compressed, really hard, fast attack and fast release, and EQ sometimes a little crazy, but there's a lot of good low end and high attack there we can get out of that. So now I'm gonna, of course, also check if we're good with phase. Yeah, something like that for now. I think it seems like it's working pretty good. And then there's something that I need to talk about, and that is, all those ghost notes that they are there in the snare track, but I want to emphasize that. So what I did was I found all those small spots and copied a little.
So I think that yesterday you said that it would be too much time, I guess, for doing that version, but it seems like in this one it's a lot more important.
It was very important here. It was I think, such a big part of that groove, and I think, and I did it on this whole album also because there was, there was some thought going into how Morten, the drummer here, decided to play his grooves, and all those grooves more or less had ghost notes here and there, and they were important. You couldn't leave them out; it would be weird. Very weird. Yeah. So instead of trying to, even though they go through in the natural snare, and you could try to get that working, but like we talked about yesterday, that it's very hard at times to get a great hard hit snare sounding good, as well as the ghost notes without crazy automation that would take forever, and a lot of maybe unnecessary work. Actually, you can just take all your ghost notes, copy it into a new track, or what I did here was that I had just a little small sound that would trick a sound, and then I copied those small bits and pieces into, as you see here on the screen, I copied those into a ghost note track, put on a sample of the ghost note, and printed that, which is here. So if we listen to this, so here we have those are the ghost notes, and they're just all through the song and very important. So I wanted to make sure I could control those. I can even, if there's a place where it's more important than another spot, you could, raise the faders, or you can take it away, or you can, to me it made sense to do it like that. And I think that's an important thing to remember, that always check, listen to the whole kit, always check if there's something that starts missing, which ghost notes will eventually, in a big dense metal mix, you'll lose the ghost notes, and you gotta find a way to have them in there, I think. And this is one of the ways that you can do it. So I have, 2 tracks of ghost note samples actually going here. They're all different. It's random generated different samples. Yeah, so let's hear how that actually sounds. Just sounds a little out of place now, but this is gonna make sense when you hear the whole thing. Yes, let's move on because I want to bring in my samples here on the snare.
I just want to say one more thing about putting the ghost notes on its own track.
Yeah.
That idea works not just for this. Like, for instance, I know quite a few people that instead of writing in a bunch of super complicated kick drum automation, volume automation, for instance, on super fast types of metal that has lots of changes, and one moment will be 30-second note kicks, then it'll be single kick parts, and changes all the time. One ways that people do it is they'll just duplicate the kick track like 3 or 4 times and cut out the parts for different volume levels. So one track will be for the single kicks, and that'll be at one volume level, and then maybe the one will be for 30-second notes, and that'll be like 4 dB less or 3 dB less or whatever it is. And sometimes that's a lot more efficient than automation.
Yeah, it actually is.
If you want to make a change, like if you realize that all your 30-second notes are too loud, instead of going in and messing with every single place, you just turn down that track.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great thing to think of. And the same goes, of course, for snare in a blast beat where you obviously can't hit rim shots every time. So you could have a track that's kind of sitting there ready for whatever would come up, even ghost notes or just lower, velocity hits or something, and just drag your snare into it and sit back and listen if it's working, and if it is, great. That's a good idea. Right, let's listen. Let's start with what's gonna be my main samples here. That was one of them. Here's another one. In this one I'm using 5 different. It's a little ringy one that has seen some heavy compressing before I printed it. I can hear that. And a soft sounding fat snare. And a short, crazy sounding thing we also went through yesterday.
It's worth explaining again.
Yeah, it is. It's actually the old D-drum trigger sound sitting on the snare that's being hit, and it's a really fast, how do you say, it sounds almost like a stick hitting the rim or something like that. It isn't. It is a head. But you can kind of control, you can add this in to get a little bit more of a hard sounding rim shot sound on your snare. And I think it makes great sense to use that. You could also do it on your kick drums actually to get a very clicky sound. It's a little, like adding some kind of unnatural thing that's not supposed to sound like this, but it adds, something cool. And another one that was a little soft. And then I actually experimented on having a contact studio drummer on this one. So that's also in there somewhere. Let's hear. Yeah, and that's also it's more like a it sounds very processed and unnatural in some strange way, but it's cool to have in there, I think. It also has the ghost note, and I was experimenting with a snare out of the Superior Drummer library, which is kind of cool, but I'm not really sure it ended in the mix. Could be just a little bit of that. We'll see how that goes. once I get started with this. Okay, let me hear all of this together with the snare to see if that's all working. There's definitely something wrong that's out of phase, so I'll gonna check that. Let's see what's going on here. Just listen in the chorus, that's better. Yeah, and I'm checking phase on all the samples to make sure that it works with the snare drum, which is very important. So let's see how that works with it. Okay, so far so good. I'll leave that for now and see how the levels work once I get a little further into that. Also, sometimes I have some, multiple snares sitting there waiting to see if I'm going to use it. It's sometimes you want to check. Oh, this is great for that, but maybe not. Leave it out for that one. You never know. It's a little bit of a feeling thing. Moving on to the.
It's a nice snare.
Yeah. I'm gonna check the spot mic symbols here. Checking phase by panning it in mono, of course. This was the actually the hi-hat track here. So I need to find a spot where he's playing hi-hat. I don't know if he's doing that. Yeah. Hi-hat.
Is that the snare in the hat mic?
Yeah.
Sounds great. But but what are your thoughts on? Because I remember yesterday, but it's a whole different recording.
Yeah.
Your big objective was to get rid of some of that stuff. And
Yeah.
What about in this case?
Now it's a totally different scenario, because yesterday I wanted actually to get rid of the original snare because I was gonna replace everything. But in this case, I kind of like what the snare is. It's extremely loud everywhere.
Yeah.
So I haven't been working on trying to isolate anything inside when I did the drums here. Everything is loud into bleeding into everything. That's also why I need, of course, to check the phase here. But I like that. It's not a, like you're saying, the snare sounds actually really good into the hi-hat mic. So so why not just use it or just be happy about that? You know, as long as...
That's what I'm curious about, because I
Yeah.
feel like sometimes people... So, let me rewind.
Yeah.
One great thing that Jason Sukoff taught me was when trying to get a good natural ride sound, sometimes the ride mic is not the best ride sound. Sometimes your bottom floor tom mic or your floor tom mic will have a better ride sound. It's just something he discovered.
Yeah.
And so from that point on, I always started to check the tom mic for rides before, you know, because I know you clean the toms. I always clean the toms.
Yeah.
And so I didn't even think about the fact that I was throwing away possibly really great rides.
You're right.
And then I would just cut those out and put them on their own track and use it as a blend if I found that it sounded good. But I think that most people, they just automatically go to cut this stuff out because they hear everywhere. And we're part of why so many people cut this stuff out is, you know, they hear from everyone. You cut this stuff out. But there's cases where in mics you wouldn't expect, something sounds really, really good. You get part of the tone that you're not going to get anyplace else.
No, totally. Yeah, and in this case, I cut out the toms, but you're so right that sometimes you know, what I do is even if I gate the toms and I need some extra ride, I just, in that part, I just, you know, take the gate a little bit away, so it opens up the tom, whatever tom is closest to the ride, so I get a little bit more ride. That's not
you
a
get ride from your toms
exactly.
too? Awesome.
Yeah. So not in this case though, but
sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes, and so just this thing where you automatically trying to get rid of all kinds of things from a drum kit. It's maybe a little dangerous. Of course, you can have your reasons to start like doing like that. Also, you know, trying to, you know, put all kinds of weird things around your mics to get rid of bleed. But actually, I think sometimes what makes the cool drum sound is that everything is capturing everything. You know, it's just a sum of so many things, because a drum kit is not just, you know, kick and snare. It's.
I think isn't that where the Tune Track products were revolutionary? I mean, they were revolutionary in several ways.
Yeah,
One of the most revolutionary things that I felt like they did with Superior was the bleed function.
Yeah.
It was really forward thinking.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Very smart, and it could get you thinking that okay, it's maybe not so bad actually. After all, that all these open mics actually creates that extra dimension to the drums. I think so. So yeah, everything is actually, as far as I remember, in this one, except for the drums that I cut out. But hi-hat, splash, ride, 2 Chinas are open, you know, all the time. And I had to cut out, there was this little strange stack sound. That one I cut out because it needed some heavy EQing. But you're right. There are so many, there are so many things that you can, you can have your snare, being even better with some crazy bleed into your hi-hat mic. So you shouldn't be afraid of that, Yeah.
Sometimes not, though.
Yeah. I don't know where he's using the splash here, so maybe not. I'll just leave it as it is, and the same for ride. Yeah. And moving on to the Chinas. There's a nice crack of the snare into that mic, actually. You know, very, very nice. See the other one.
We need to take a quick break.
Yeah, sure.
So technical difficulty. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Everyone's first instinct is to align the transient of a waveform to the grid. But we learned in understanding a waveform that the transient is not what we hear first. It's actually the pick attack, or the scrape of the pick on the strings. It's important to keep in mind that it's not always predictable, nor...
Welcome back. Actually, we didn't have a technical problem. We thought we did. We thought the stereo field was somehow reversed, but maybe you can explain. Yeah.
Looks strange, I admit it. It's because when I started working on the drums, I would start from my perspective, you know, mixing from my perspective. Mm-hmm. And when we went further into the real mix, so to speak, we wanted it to be drummer's perspective. So I just, you know, panned the buses differently. So everything I'm doing here on the individual tracks will look reversed in some way. And it's a little weird. But I mean, now you know, and yeah, that's why. I could have, you know, changed that and then panned it differently here in the single tracks, but I didn't. So sorry about that. If that's
okay. Well,
caused some
nobody's
confusion.
Crazy, and it's working. Everything's working. Cool.
Everything's good. Yeah. I was wondering if there was a splash hit there. It wasn't. It was the stack. Listen to that. I want that to be really crazy sounding. You know, lots of metal. All right. Yes, now let's see, maybe I can now hear the whole spot mic part here. See, it's panned reverse here, that's why you're going crazy. I'm sorry about that, if it's a little confusing. Try to forget about it. So I'll work a little bit on the bus of the cymbals here. Yeah, and nice how the snare cuts through in those, you know, those spot mics. That's I think that's really nice. So let's see how that works with the snare. Go into the chorus again. Yeah, I like it. Moving on to the rooms. No, wait, I'll do the overheads here. Put this into off here, and I'll explain why in a second. Let's listen to the overhead track. Yeah, and something that I also did yesterday, or that I'm going to do again, is I copied the the overhead track and duplicate it into a new track. And on that track, I'm gonna do some pretty heavy EQing. So I'll start here with this one. And what I'm doing there is I'm trying to bring out every little detail in the overheads, you know, all small splashes and everything that's happening in there, and trying to bring out the high end and a crazy attack of that.
Out of curiosity,
yeah.
With these overheads, first of all, does he have one of those crazy metal setups that has like a million different symbols?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So I know that you said that you go for a whole kit picture generally with overheads.
Yeah.
And then use your spot mics for detail work when needed. In this situation, did you XY the overheads?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. It's an XY setup.
You know what I think is interesting about the fact that you use XY is a lot of metal dudes don't use XY. They use a spaced pair.
Yeah.
And then they kind of look at the overheads, well, almost, or a spaced trio, you know, left, center, right. And then they look at the overheads not as a kit picture, but as the crash mics almost, or like the cymbal. Like there's a difference between cymbal mics and overheads. And they look at them more like cymbal mics.
Yeah.
Which works for metal.
Which is fine, yeah.
But sometimes I've got an XY from people. It's just hard to work with, but I don't think that's anything to do with the technique. I think that's with how they mic'd it. But I don't meet that many metal producers who their thing is XY.
No, yeah.
It's generally spaced pairs.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I don't know when I started doing that, but I've just been doing that for many, many years. And of course, it's sometimes you end up feeling like, oh, something gets lost, or you need to, you know, because you're not spot micing anything here. It is a big picture of the whole kit, so you can lose some crashes, and you can do, you know, there are some things that might not work that well, but the overall, how to say, overhead sound is most of the times really good in this, and the overall kit sound is great. And it's easy to balance stereo image-wise, and it's easy to make sure it's in phase. Whereas sometimes a spaced pair can be so weird that all of a sudden there's a hard hit somewhere, and you know there's the traveling distance from this cymbal here into this mic, and over here is weird. So it's yeah, I know a lot of people who can make that work, but sometimes I think the spaced pair can be really phasey and weird, and more like it should have been spot mics just instead, actually, only, you know. But yeah, I think it's a matter of taste and workflow and things.
I have noticed lots of times when the spaced pair is used in a metal recording and elevated really high, that tends to get a lot weirder. Like most of the time for me, it's worked pretty close.
Yeah.
Like for death metal and such, is pretty close.
Then it makes sense. Then it's almost like a spot mic.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the crash mics.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, let me bring in this crazy one that I did. Yeah, gave me a nice little extra crack on the snare, and I'm sure this will bring up and level some of those small splash hits, and even though I have spot mics on it, but it'll help, definitely. So moving on to rooms. Let's see what we got there. This is a space pair, so I'll just start checking with in phase here if I'm good with that, even though it's myself who set up the pair. So I'm just gonna check here on the snare hit what's happening there. See if we're good. It looks about right. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm okay, happy with that. So let's start EQing and compressing on that. And what I'm looking for here is a little bit of cymbal body in there, but not the very highs. That's not, to me, it's not working very well with too much high end in the rooms. And then loads of low end and tons of compression, so it starts pumping. It could be even more extreme. I'll see once I.
Really good low end in that.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I have another room that I'm gonna work on here. This is actually an MS. This is like a stereo mic in MS configuration that was in front of the kit. So I'm gonna bring in this one. Let's see, where is that one? Here. That MS matrix here. I'll bypass it just so you can hear what's going on. It's a cool thing, I think.
What is it doing?
It is MS encoding the recording. I don't know how you can physically explain that. Maybe somebody knows that. But it's a stereo mic you put up in, I believe it's in Figure 8 and Omni. Or is it? Yeah.
So I'm going to get this partially wrong, but so you have a fig. I'm going to get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong.
We can look it up. But it's a great way.
It's decoding, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's decoding it, and what you can do is, now I just put it on a stereo track, but you can actually have two mono tracks that you pan hard left and right and put that into a bus and then put the decoder on it. And then you can, with one of the faders, you can control the sides and you can control the mid in the other fader. So you can actually have, like, you want the kit to be wider or smaller in that one.
And
the plugin comes with that mic, or is it just like?
What's that? It's just one. It's actually the physics of recording a figure eight, and I believe it's not Omni. It's
Hypercardio.
Yeah, I think so.
In a figure eight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought it was like an all-in-one thing that like that plugin came with that mic you were talking about. I thought it was an all-in-one thing.
No. It is. It's just a stereo mic, and you can set it up with two different mics, or just yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's sometimes I'm using that and sometimes I'm not. In this instance, I think it's rather cool, actually. Let's move on to another room mic. This is a far ambience mic that I had in a little booth out there, where I had a ribbon mic standing. That's gonna get some beating as well. Yeah, that China's everywhere. It's it's cutting through everywhere. Okay, let me hear what I got here. Maybe I'll move these ones so I've got my rooms. Right.
Jacob, do you mind if we take because we've been going for a while, do you mind if we take a 10-minute break?
Sure.
Come back and keep going with drums and do some Q&A?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I want everyone to get a chance to keep paying attention because this is awesome stuff. And I love that we're, getting to see how you work with a great room and your own production versus getting something that's less than ideal, and you got to get them both to the same place. They both have to get to an amazing place, but this is a whole different way of approaching things.
Totally, yeah.
Which is great. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and, coming up still will be the winners of this month's mix poll and the rest of Jacob Hansen's Amaranth mix. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Everyone's first instinct is to align the transient of a waveform to the grid. But we learned in understanding a waveform that the transient is not what we hear first. It's actually the pick attack, or the scrape of the pick on the strings. It's important to keep in mind that it's not always predictable, nor is it the same length as the others before and after it. Here's an example of a palm muting part being quantized to the sustained part of the note versus a pick attack being quantized. So what we're looking at here is a guitar DI, I have the left and right for you, that has been painstakingly quantized to the grid only using the transients, like we discussed earlier, to the grid. So right where all the actual notes start sustaining, the chords start sustaining, is locked onto the grid. And this may be your first instinct to quantize to this. So let's listen to the result. So that sounded pretty tight, but as you could hear, there was a little bit of variation in the left and right, and some people really want it locked on the grid. If you want to get that supreme tightness, like in heavier metal and heavier genres, you're going to want to do a different method of quantizing, and that's to use the pick attack as what you quantize with. The next example is here, and as you can see, these transients do not line up to the grid at all. Some of them are closer than others. This one is very far away. This one's very close. It just looks like, it almost looks like chaos. So just by looking at the DI, we can't really tell if that's on beat, but let's listen to it. So that's pretty dead on. That's pretty locked into the grid, minus a little bit of variation in the palm muting. The actual timing is locked onto the grid perfectly. Now, how did we arrive at this result? Well, we mentioned earlier the trick where you filter out 1K below on an amped track. So here we have the regular guitar track in orange. Let's play that just by itself. So if we zoom in, you can kind of see where the noise is populated more, it's more dense, and those are the higher frequencies, and that's the pick attack. And right afterwards, that is the actual sustain, the transient in the DI, as you can see. But sometimes it's a little bit hard to see. So filtering out below 1K, which is what this track is here, let's just listen to this. If we zoom in on this, we can clearly see where all the transients are. And if I get rid of these edits, we can clearly see where all the transients are. And those are what we actually locked to the grid. So that should answer the question that I'm always getting, which is, which should you actually quantize to the grid, the pick attack or the transient? Well, you've heard them both. You can decide for yourself.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50-plus hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track, go to the chorus of your favorite reference track, generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, you know, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part, and play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple days. But find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB. And then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated when you're setting your mastering level because you're not always mixing against a brick wall. You're not mixing a fully limited, loud master. So this is not necessarily applicable to mixing, but if you're just mastering, this is the best way to set it up. You should listen to all your reference tracks here, listen to all your music at this level, in this room, on these speakers, and you will become so much more intimately familiar with the nuances of your sound system and what to expect that you'll start making EQ decisions infinitely faster, infinitely more confidently, and you're not going to need to go reference in the car or on your headphones. Listening volume is one of the most important constants that you can set in your monitoring environment.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed! Yes! See everyone? The power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar.
I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his...
Welcome back to March 2019 Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen and Amaranth. Before we get going, I just want to take one moment to talk about Ultimate Guitar Production, which is a course that we are selling right now for about another week. I don't take this lightly, but it's the most comprehensive guitar production course ever created. And we created it with Andrew Wade, who, if you're familiar with him and his educational ventures, he did a Creative Live course in 2013 on guitar production, and it was a cool course. But our idea was to leave it in the dust, because that was 6 years ago, and we've all come a long way as educators, and it's come a long way as a producer, and there's no sense in repeating yourself. But anyone who has Ultimate Drum Production with Matt Brown, you know how much detail and how comprehensive that course was. Well, Ultimate Guitar Production lives up to that standard, and it goes from everything, all the way from the very, very beginning of just choosing your pick, guitar setup, like all the smallest decisions, all the way through, reamping, heads, cabs, editing, tracking, mixing, like all kinds of production tricks. You go all the way from the very beginning to how to dial a total beast tone, and in multiple genres too. It's not just metal. Of course, metal is in there, but it's super, super comprehensive. And like I said, what I mean by that is it's across genres and multiple techniques. And amp sims are covered, real amps are covered, how to make IRs are covered. I'm just saying that for those of you who ask, because we always get people asking. Acoustic guitars are covered. It's pretty monumental. And in the commercials of this stream, we've been playing clips from Ultimate Guitar Production. And just so you know, we're going to be playing different clips throughout today. So an hour from now when we're on a break, if you see the Ultimate Guitar Production clip start playing, it might be a different clip than the one that played this time. So, don't just auto-mute it. There's some great stuff in there. And if you want to learn more, just go to ultimateguitarproduction.com. And that is, you should just know that when we close it up in a few days, probably around April 5th, that's going to be it, at least for another 18 months. We reopen courses about once a year or year and a half to 2 years. If you're wondering why, the reason we do that is because we like everyone to take these classes as a group the way you would, if you were attending a college class, because it gives an opportunity for you to have a bunch of peer interaction as well as interaction with the instructor in a structured way. And that doesn't mean that you don't have lifetime access. So if you get it and you can't keep up, you'll always have access to this. But with that, I'm going to go back to Jacob Hansen, and we were on room mics, right?
Yeah, I think so. That was where we left off, I believe. So
you're sounding great, and I love your room.
That's good. Fantastic. Yeah, it sounds like, it's loud and yeah, you can really hear how the room is emphasizing the drums.
Do you baffle the drums at all in your room?
Do I baffle them? No. Everything is just open and yeah, totally. I don't do stuff like that. I feel like I even want to hear the whole room into the spot mics at times. I don't want to pack in anything. I want the room to play a part of the drum sound. So yeah, I think it's about time to start listening to the whole kit and trying to balance the rooms and the overheads and things into the whole drum kit. So I'll turn that way down here. Yeah, something like that for now.
Sounds great.
Yeah, good. So let's slowly bring in the snare samples, see what's going to be used and what's not going to be used.
So what were we hearing? We were hearing overheads, rooms, kick samples, and natural snare?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, exactly that. And now, yeah, for some of the snare samples. Yeah, that is helping. It doesn't sound, to me, it doesn't sound overly sampled so far. It just helps the snare. So it's a little, the kick drums are a little overwhelming, I think, right now. A little much low end and some stuff. So I'm gonna work a little bit on the bus here, on where all the kick drums are ending. So let's see. I'm gonna do here. listen to that in the verse here. Helped a little bit, and now just a little bit of compression here just to keep it a little bit under control. Yeah, and I gave it a little bit more mid frequency to bring it a little bit more out and have it a little bit more like instead of high click, which I like. Let's see how this works with the kit so far. Chorus. Yeah, seems to work all right for me. Then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on my, before I start worrying about toms and whatnot, I'm gonna work on my drum bus, and I'm gonna show you here what's going on.
That was just straight up, just drums.
This was drums? Yeah, just the shells and the, well, actually the whole kit except for the toms, really. Because not that I don't want to worry about toms. In fact, it's a very important part, but that can come in later, and that's going to be something that, you know, I can work into the whole sound later. All the, let's take a look here. All the snare samples, and this ambience track here, this one, the far ambience track, is right now going to this drum bus, where I'm EQing a little bit. It's just a little lift here in the mids, and a small, tiny lift in a high shelf here. What is it? Just absolutely almost nothing. So I can kind of control what I'm hearing from the shells. And on that bus this is also sitting. So let's see what it does. That's a little, how do you say, a parallel compression here. There's a little bit of EQ, tiny lift on it with a high shelf, and a little low end here and a low cut. Everything this is in parallel, and a parallel compression here. Let's see what happens if I bypass it. Yeah, it really affects the snare. And there's a brick wall limiter here just to keep it under control. Actually, it's set to clip.
What is it you want out of the compression and limiting here?
Yeah, what I'm going for with the parallel compression here is I want to keep the snare hit in control. I also want to, it shouldn't be overly, how do you say, I kind of want the attack to be compressed so I get a little bit more length into the sound. Mm-hmm. And plus I think it's a little bit of a gluing together the whole kit in some way. That's what's happening here, I feel. And even more when I start working with my other parallel buses that I'm going to show you now. I think this is a cool thing to do, you know, or at least I'm doing it all the time, where all my snares and sometimes the rooms and the toms are ending on drum buses that I can control and that I can parallel compress and destroy. So here's one that I'm using as well. I'll show you what that is. I'm actually distorting this a little bit. Let me just mute the kick drums because they're not going there. It's mainly the snare, and it's this room here. So that's simply some parallel distortion, and I'm compressing that. So it gets really nasty. And then I'm keeping that into place with the L1 limiter. So you hear it's really rough compression and rough and distortion, and it's almost like it's totally out of control.
It sounds like it's exploding.
Yeah, which is perfect. And this is going to be blended into my a little bit less compressed drum bus. And actually I'm adding a third or like a second parallel compression bus here that I'll show you what's going on there. A hard hitting compression on that's really hitting the snare very hard, but it's still this attack going right through, and then it's going down, you know, slow attack. So I can really get some snare attack through that one, and the other one is more like the whole uncontrolled mess of drums that I can, you know, kind of put into the nicer sounding drum bus. So let me show you what happens when I turn up this one, the one that was really distorted. Of course, this was just without anything else, and then snare and one room, but listen to the whole kit. Yeah, that really adds something. And the other one
are going to it too, right?
Yeah, yeah. Samples and natural snare and one room mic. And that was to show the hard compressor with slow attack that gives a really nice crack of the snares. So those are ready to be tucked in to the whole drum kit as soon as I have some kind of mix going here. So now let me listen to the whole drum kit.
Just shells going to the parallels?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually one ambience. The farthest from the kit mic that I had. But I'm actually, right now that I hear it, I wanna send my other room to those parallel compressors or whatever, the drum bus, because I felt like that room, the space pair ambience was sounding a little boring in some way, and just adding a lot of wash and things. So I want to squash that even more. So I'm gonna listen to that. Yeah, I think that was better. And of course I'm gonna adjust back and forth, going all the way around the drum kit all the time, from adjusting bus and going back to adjusting the individual tracks a little bit back and forth there, because there'll probably be things happening that I don't want to happen, and such things. Let's see. Then I want to bring in my toms. Let me just listen to what I got here. This is a session where I've recorded both top and bottom mic, which I think is very nice. So I'm gonna figure out how I want those to sound. This was actually not bad, just from rough tom sound. Let's see, I don't have to gate it, which is great because it's already cut out. But one thing I want to check if sometimes the high end bleed from especially the bottom mics can be a little much, because I'm going crazy with EQ sometimes on those. And there's a few tricks to remove that. You can do it either by automating it, but there's also another trick I want to show you. This is only the top hit. Let me see if I can find. I'll loop this. It's actually good sounding tom, I think. And now let's bring in the bottom mic, see what happens. There's a lot of extra stuff now. I think the bottom mic just adds something really nice, I think. I'll start EQing that. Great sounding tom, I think. It's just, you know, a lot of bleed there. I could, you know, try to cut that out and fade and try to see if I could get that working, but...
Would you? I mean, is that something that you would do, or...?
I wouldn't. I already tried to do it here, as the people downloading these tracks, they know.
It's already cut up.
Yeah, it is. But they're still, because of the sustain of the resonant head, you know, we want to have the sustain, but we don't want the, you know, all the bleed that goes into it. So, one thing that I use from time to time is Filter Freak, which can add, like, you know, I'll show you what happens here. Make sure it will, you know, close off the high end once it's been hit. So let's keep that in loop and see if I can find a spot where it's working. So I keep only, you know, the hit is gonna come through with all the high end, but it's gonna take the, how to say, the it's gonna high or low pass the sustain in some way. I'll show you.
What you're about to do, I've seen Joey actually taught me how to do this, but the way that he did it is with automation.
Yeah.
And 2 separate tracks, like this whole very intricate way of doing it, and it was one of those things that blew my mind. And actually, I have never seen Filter Freak used for this purpose.
No, okay.
I don't think. I mean,
maybe not. Yeah, well,
cool.
it's
Makes sense.
It's actually a cool thing because it's got your threshold, it's got your attack, it's got your release. So it, you know, it's actually just an envelope, I guess, that's gonna turn down the high end. I get my attack and it immediately, hopefully, shuts off the high end. Let's see if it's working. Maybe it sounds a little weird in solo, but that's, you know, very often the case that things are a little strange in solo, and, you know, it can work in the whole picture very well. So. In a perfect world, I wouldn't have this bleed going, but you know, he's going from you know, it will happen, especially when I start EQing like a maniac and trying to get all that attack through, and I will get this bleed. Yeah. This is cool, and you can even adjust the frequency here. So you hear the attack going through, but it immediately shuts down the bleed. Fantastic. That seems to work. So I'll continue with the next tom, see if I can get somewhere I can loop. I'll start EQing the top hit there.
Is interesting is that I think a lot of people on these sustained hits will they'll take a sample from the session and paste it in.
Yeah.
But you know, I kind of feel like it's always better if you can use the actual performance. It's just a little more natural.
It is a way of trying to use the natural tom. I mean, like I kind of went through yesterday in Discarnate was a totally different approach where I wanted to, you know, actually not use the real drums. Yeah. But here, you know, if the toms sound great but you still have some bleed to work with, there are, you know, many ways, and it's not illegal to use a sample. It's totally fine. But there are actually some small tricks that you can, you know, you can automate your way out of it. It takes a little while, or you can slap the filter freak on it. It's, you know, you can maybe even use the Pro MB expander to see if you can get that to work as well. So there are many ways to work with this. And actually, on most of my mixes, I don't cut out the toms. I put a gate on it, and I go through the whole song where I'm automating the gate, so I'm making sure that every hit comes through. So, you know, so I actually, in some way, I'm not trusting the gate to just open when it hits, because sometimes if you set and forget a gate, it'll be weird at times.
Yeah.
It's just not always working. So then I would automate just to make sure, okay, all hits are going through. Okay, then I can forget about that gate and move on. But
well, there's no one thing that works 100% of the time.
Also, you can have the problem that when the gate is open, there could be crazy bleed. I mean, there could be a fill that goes, you know, where there's a tom hit and a crash hit, and you know, very close to each other. And sometimes, you know, the drummers that have crashes very close.
When I was first learning to mix, that was one of the things that drove me the most insane. Was you work really hard to get a great tom sound, and then you get one, but then every time a fill happens, the high end in the drums, just like you get this, you know,
exactly.
I hate that.
And that will be, I mean, that's of course because you hear the gate opening.
Yeah.
And if you didn't gate, you would have this crazy bleed all the time, which, I mean, I've seen some old school mixers, you know, work with the bleed and be okay with it, actually. Just open tom mics, which is cool, but they're probably not, you know, they're not mixing death metal. That's 240 BPMs with, you know, where everything is to get the, how do you say, for the drummer to be convenient, and he's going to be fast, and so everything's tucked in very close, and everything's, that's, I mean,
it's rough stuff.
it is. So you got to figure out how to work with that and get the best out of that. And I used to be, you know, jokingly sometimes saying to a drummer when, you know, when I ask the guy, yeah, you know, set up your kit and I'll come in when you are ready and I'll start putting on mics and we'll take a look at it. And, you know, when it's all, you know, the toms are just packed with cymbals everywhere around, and there's this little piece of the floor tom where the ride is here, and there's a little piece of of batter head, and I'll be like, oh, so you don't want me to mic up your toms?
I would tend to, with those types, get a picture of their setup like 3 months in advance and ask for multiple angles, and then tell them to raise their cymbals then, so that they would, I mean, it wouldn't always work. They wouldn't always do it, but some of them would be like, look, we're in this together. We both want your drums to sound great. Right now, what's going to happen is, with the way it's set up, I'm going to have to pick the only angle I can find to physically even fit the mic in the first place. I'm not going to be able to, let alone find a great mic position I'm going to look for the only thing I can do, and it's going to force me into a corner. And if you were to raise your cymbals, it would make life a lot easier. I know that it's uncomfortable, but why don't you start practicing that way?
Yeah.
Some of them would do it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not
And of course, like you're saying, it's not like we're the bad guys trying to make them do stupid stuff just because.
Just because.
Yeah.
Because we had a fucked up childhood.
Yeah, it's it's really because we want to have the drums sounding fantastic. So there are sometimes there you gotta, and sometimes this would mean so much difference. Yeah. So it's not like you want to raise the cymbals like
they want to. That's
cool
too.
That's cool. But that can be tricky because they've spent years on learning their parts with the drum kit set up. That's and we got to figure out a way to make that work. And sometimes you get into this. You see, okay, shit, this is not. I can't ever gonna make him change his mind. So I'll make it work, and we'll.
I got spoiled by the drummer in my band. There's a guy named Kevin Talley. We were talking about this at dinner the other night. If anybody wants to see what I'm talking about, you can find a video on YouTube of Kevin Talley recording Misery Index. It's something that a track called Defector, I believe. I recorded this in 2004. So it's a video from my parents' basement in 2004, me recording Misery Index. But the thing about Kevin is he's, a fast death metal drummer who plays really, really hard, way harder than death metal drummers should be able to play. But he raises his cymbals. You can see in that video. So I think I got spoiled because he understood what a difference it makes for engineers. And so he would raise it like 2 feet or something, like crazy. And he would still play fine, but he's a maniac too. So there's that maniac energy.
Yeah.
They can't all do it, and that's okay too.
I totally understand why, really. And I've spent, so many years, trying to get the best out of these situations. Also, I mean, technically and afterwards, because I maybe also because I don't want to get into, day one, get into an argument with the drummer about that. So I'm sometimes just going, okay, I'll make it work. It's going to be fine. Or you go pick up a cup of coffee and I'll raise it. No. But in this case, there will there will be bleed into the tom mics anyway. Actually, even though you raise them quite a bit, there will be a little bit of bleed, especially if you're going nuts with your EQ. So trying to get rid of that with different tricks is that's something you got to do. I have a better hit here. Now introducing the bottom mic. Copy the filter freak down there. Just compare the two toms here, if there's a spot where he's, Yeah, I can't believe the difference it makes when I turn on the bottom head mics on the toms. Really, that's important. I think so. Anyway. If there's a better hit, here's maybe something. Phase reverse that one because I heard that was out of phase. Listen to the bottom mic again. Crazy amount of bleed there that I'll try to get rid of. Yeah. Moving on to the next tom. That needs flipped phase here. The low end it adds already. What's that? They sound good, yeah. Sometimes it sounds a little weird with that filter freak. You can kind of hear the kind of, but I'm gonna adjust that a little bit and see how it works in the big picture, because once I get everything else going, it might not mean anything. So let me just hear it now in with the rest of the kit. That was probably fine.
Can I hear that again?
Yeah.
Happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds great.
Good. Yeah, and toms were now center panned. They need to be panned. And now it's interesting with this whole panning thing where I've panned the buses, so we'll see what happens. People feel annoyed by this. Let's see if this goes over here. Yeah, it's the other way around that you would think. Sorry about that again. And that one I want here. So yeah, they might be a little loud or out of place and such, but I'll adjust again once I get a little bit further into that. Just check the tom 1 again here. maybe I just want to check something. I just want to check check the toms if they work or if they could be out of phase with something with the overheads. Tom 1 sounded fine to me. Tell. I think we're good. Yeah. Let's keep that for now. Okay, that was all the panning. Yes, so that was the natural toms, and then I have, you know, 4 tracks of samples here that I'm.
So we haven't even heard the tom samples?
No, we haven't. This was just natural toms. Okay. Now I'm gonna see if, you know, what that does, bringing in the samples, if at all, because that's, I mean, these toms sound great, and he hits, you know, he hits like a man on those. So what I'm gonna do with these, or what I'm gonna be looking for in adding the samples, will be either some extra tack or some how do you say, some way of making sure that all the hits are equally strong in some way. Not loud, because we also want a little bit of that dynamics, but there could be a hit that's a little, you know, weird hit or something like that. So we'll see how that's gonna work. Let me start with Tom 1 and just slowly bring in.
Sound insane already.
They do, yeah. Also a little loud, but let's keep it like that until I work a little bit more on that. So again, I'm panning the tom center, and I'll try to bring in the tom sample and see if that puts a smile to my face. It almost does nothing really. The natural tom sound is so good that it's not. I mean, it's probably not even necessary. I'll keep it, you know, just somewhere here, just to experiment and to see if I want to bring it up once I go a little further into the drum mix.
What's your reasoning for bringing them center?
Just so I don't get confused by some panning and just also from where I'm sitting. So if a tom is going on in the other side of the room, I can't really tell if it's working. Also to make sure that it's, you know, in phase, and I'm good with that. So that was tom 2 spot here. Sounded a little like it was out of phase. Yeah. So I want to just take this one real quick. Flip the phase. Let's hear it again. That didn't help. It's because of the hit itself. Could be. I'll go to another spot. Put it on the wrong channel, that's maybe why. One second, let's hear it again. Yeah. that does something. Again, it's like I almost don't want to use it, but we'll see. Again, once I get a little bit more into the mix, I might want to bring out the samples a bit more. Let's continue with the next tom.
I believe I feel like it
does nothing.
Does nothing. That's crazy.
No, it's just.
I don't know
if
I was being crazy or what. But.
No, I think it's just because the natural one is actually sounding really good. Mm-hmm. So the sample is kind of. It's just there for, what I would end up doing in this situation. It's not that I want to use samples, just because I want to do it, but it's just to make sure that I'm sure that all the hits will cut through. If there would be some weak hit or something, the sample will take care of that. So I might want to, at a later stage, just make sure that they're in there and covering or just helping the real tom. But if the toms are sounding great in the drum mix, there's no reason for me to put in the samples, and so I should just leave them out. If we'll see. Maybe it's just maybe it is just like that. Let's continue with the next.
Can we hear what the solo sample sounds like?
Yeah. I mean, all of them, or
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure. This was in the middle, and this was like around here-ish. Let's hear. Yeah, and that was there you heard the.
Sound really good.
Floor tom sound.
For the first, but it's weird for me to feel this way, but I definitely think the naturals sound better.
Yeah, they do.
And it's not that there's anything wrong with those samples.
No, they're fine, and they can really help a poorly recorded drum kit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because we heard that before, but in this case, it's just they sound so good, these toms, naturally, and yeah, we'll see. Maybe this is not, there's no need for the sample, so I can mute them. We'll see, which is great. That's a great feeling. It's not something that you experience every day, actually. It's
not. That's why
it's like rare occasion.
Yeah, it's normally. I feel like with toms, sometimes samples make toms sound weird if you get the velocities wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like they almost always add more power or something.
Yeah.
Like there's always something that they add that wasn't already there.
Yeah.
And whether or not you need it, that's the question. But in this case, I don't hear them really adding anything.
Not doing much. Amazing. It's just why even bother? Yeah. So that's interesting. Well, that's cool. So now let me just hear the whole kit one more time and go to a spot where there are some toms so I can hear how that's going to work. They are crazy loud, and that's also because I haven't worked on the tom boss yet. So it's going straight through 2 tom bosses here. So what I'm going to do is I'm using this one on the tom boss, which I really like, and it's set for the tom setting. And I've automated the treble because I showed that yesterday on the zcr3ed mix as well, that there can be parts where you don't want that high end to be, and I need to automate that. So now I need to hear the toms again with this one on. Now they're a little bit more processed sounding. I think I want to leave this one out. So I'm gonna bring in a little bit less processed bus here. It's really a copy of this one tom bus that I've got going, where all the toms are ending. That is sending to my drum bus, which we talked about earlier, the one with the parallel compression and distortion and all kinds of things. And I have one that's, you know, where all the toms end, that is rather less treated than the one with the CLA plug. I mean, that's a more natural sounding bus. I'm gonna blend these two. And add a little bit of compression here. I'll just loop that spot. Yeah, kind of like it without that. So I maybe want to do that. You know, one is treated and one is untreated. You know, so I have these toms going straight through a bus. So I kind of like a parallel once more, where one is doing something here, and the other one is actually doing nothing. So I have that on two faders. Much more fun, I think.
Yeah.
That's cool. And now I want to bring in some reverb to the toms while I'm working on the toms. I have a send here sending to my tom verb here. And just a very classic, you know, a reverb, which is like a room, small room. Let's see how that sounds. We should just solo the toms for now. And it's still without samples, which is cool. Just a little room on those toms. Very nice. Yes. And let's see what's up next. Then it's maybe going back to the whole kit one more time. Oh no, there's one thing that I want to show, which is something that can be a little annoying with the, especially I've felt like that with the snare bottom mic. Sometimes you can get a lot of weird, you know, the toms are kind of triggering the snares in some way, so it's every time you hit a tom, it will be like, and I don't know if it's that bad now. It is a little annoying. It's not not terrible, but it can sometimes. I feel like it can be really terrible.
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm actually doing here, I'm sending. I have a bus, I'm sending this one from the tom bus that I've made. I'm sending that to a gate. I'll show you what I'm doing here. Or a compressor. So this ends here. All the toms. This compressor is keyed to all the toms. So when the toms are playing, this will duck. I'll show you how. And that will make sure that I don't get all this crazy snares going nuts when the toms are hit. And in many of my mixes, I end up using the snare bottom mic quite a lot and really compressed and crazy. So sometimes it's really, you can really hear it through the whole mix that it's...
Actually, in addition to that problem with toms where I hear that problem where, you get that blast of high end.
Yeah.
A lot of the submitted mixes, another problem I hear in drums, the frequent problem. So pay attention, is this bottom snare issue.
Yeah.
It's a very common problem.
Yeah, where you have other parts of the kit kind of triggering the bottom snare, which is, I kind of feel like it's nice on the kick drum. That's something I can live with and think it's kind of working and it's natural. But on the toms, I don't think it's nice that the snares are rattling when you're hitting the toms. That's not uncool.
Not cool.
It's totally uncool. So that was a trick to get that away. You can't. Most of the times you can't gate your way out of that, so you can just send all the toms to a compressor that's keyed to all the toms. Make sure it turns the tom hits down. Of course, there can be some spots where that is maybe a little unwise, so you gotta pay attention to what's happening, because if there's a part where there's a build-up where you go, you will lose the snare under mic, of course, because you're hitting a floor tom at the same time as the snare. So just, keep your attention towards that compressor, and you can, of course, just automate it, bypass it whenever stuff like that would happen. All right, that was just a little trick. Let's see where we are now. I think I want to bring in the drum reverbs, and then we're almost not 100% there with the drums, but we've been through everything, I think. I'll take what am I going to do? I'm taking the second verse. And what I'm using here is a standard medium drum room here. Short, pretty short. Let's hear it. And I'm looking for some width in the snare, and I'm looking for something that sounds a little bit like a live room, so just to emphasize that again. And in this case I have two. I've brought in this plate, which is kind of cool sometimes, so let's see how that works. Yeah, and again, that kind of glues the whole kit together, I think. Plus, it glues the samples with the kit, makes everything more natural. Yeah, almost there with the drums, I think.
Do you want to answer some questions?
Yeah, we can do that. Sure.
Okay, because we have actually quite a few
on
drums.
Yeah, cool.
So I want to make sure that we didn't. I don't want to ask stuff that you already answered.
No.
So AJ Viana is wondering, are all the modules in the T-Rax plugin running in parallel?
No, it's only, I'll show you, where is it? It's here. It's only this EQ and this compressor. Oh, there's another EQ with a little lift here. These three are in parallel. This one, the brick wall or the clipper is at the end of that, so not in parallel.
All right. This one is by Chris Aubin. I may have mixed this, but does Jacob use a multi-sampled snare or just a one-shot?
It's yeah, good question, because they're all multi-sampled, actually, as far as I remember. Yeah, they are. There are a couple that I made myself, and I've made sure I have tons of different layers, and it's multi-sampled in, I think, 8 velocities and maybe 8 hits on each velocity, something like that, because that gives it so much more natural feeling to it. So
it doesn't have that one-shot kind of sound at all.
No, there's no one-shots in here. No.
Don Kendall's wondering, he says, I noticed that you use several different plugins for EQ. What about them brings you to choose one over the other? They're all great. That's why I'm curious.
Yeah. I use the SSL channel tons of times, on everything almost, because I like that I can just kind of reach for a knob and then turn it and don't have to be very analytic about it. I'm just liking what I hear when I turn the knobs, whereas if I hear something that needs some more surgical EQ, I would probably reach for the what's it called, the FAB filter here. That's where is that? This is Pro Q2, right? And so that it's actually, I think I'm not using, maybe using 3-4 different EQs, not much more than that. But on drums, it's almost like it's only 2-3, and actually sometimes it's only SSL channels on all the individual tracks, because I really like that. It seems like it's working well on drums, and it's, like I said, I don't have to think. I don't get into a weird mode where I look at the numbers, and yeah, it's great.
On that topic, Adam B says, looks like a lot of use of the Waves SSLE channel, and it's sounding great. Have you tested any of the other SSL channel plugins, such as the Brainworks or the UAD?
I have the UAD, but one thing that was...
It's different.
It was different, and I got really annoyed that there wasn't any numbers. That's not... now I said that it was great that I didn't have to think, but if I don't know why, but there are no numbers. If I hover over this one, I can see what am I doing. Okay, this is minus 6.6, and if I work on this and I go, no, that was not what I wanted, and I want to go back, then I need to remember what it was so I can go back on. And on the UAD, it seemed like there were no numbers, so I could never, go back again. I haven't really experimented if one sounds better than the other. It's just, for me, it was just important that the workflow was working for me. I don't There probably could be that there are better plugins out there, you know, better emulations or whatever.
They all sound different, and
Yeah.
interestingly enough, the Waves ones apparently have like the most artifacts and noise and weird stuff. But I have seen and personally used the Waves ones so much, and I've seen so many people use them get great results.
Yeah.
That I feel like whatever issues it has as opposed to the other ones, they really don't matter.
No,
I
I
mean,
don't think
they
so.
really don't matter.
Yeah, it's just, plus, I mean, the compressor in it sounds great for, especially for drums, I think. And sure, I not that I don't want to test others, it's just, I think sometimes you can get into some weird rabbit hole where you don't get any work done. You're only looking for the next fantastic magical solution, and you're not mixing, you're not being creative, you're just being, you know, all weird about it.
Guitar players do that too with
oh, I am
amp
one.
modelers.
I used to be, you know, and every time somebody texts me and go, oh, have you tried that new plugin? I'm a little, you know, ooh, I try to stay away from it because it's just another rabbit hole to go into, and I have 10,000 plugins, and I try not to, you know. Actually, I think a great thing is to not think about this stuff. Just, you know, slap something on it and go to work on it, and, you know, and turn the knobs, and if it works, then don't worry if it's an old plugin or it's weird or it's not what the cool guys are using or whatever.
There's very few plugins that are actually bad.
I think so.
That are actually like
then
bad,
you will
you know?
just throw it away, of course. You know, you'll be like, no. But yeah.
So Reno Mello was wondering, what is the actual pan law that you're using in this Pro Tools session? Seems to be very high, like 4.5 or 6.
Is that something you see in the preferences, I think, somewhere, isn't it? Yeah. Where is that?
Would be in mixing, I believe.
Because I have no idea. Am I doing something wrong? Metering?
Right there?
No?
No, it's peak.
We gotta figure that out. Where is it?
Maybe someone can tell us.
Maybe someone can tell us, because I don't know.
Well,
processing. Anyway.
Someone watching, tell us where to find that.
Yeah.
And we will let you know.
Answer.
Shows you how much you care about that.
Yeah.
AJ Viana is wondering, when you're doing XY overheads, do you have a default starting distance from the snare, or are you super meticulous with the height?
No, I'm not. I put it up and I kind of use the, you know, the drummer's head to kind of find the right distance, or at least, you know, because I most of the times I feel like the drummer would normally place the cymbals, you know, in a special height, you know, compared to where the drummer's head is. So I kind of go over the head and place the XY pair to make sure I cover everything and get pretty close to the, I would say, something like this distance from the cymbals, and try to cover everything, the whole kit. Keep it a little bit back from the cymbals, so it's not right over the cymbals, but a little bit back from over the drummer's head. But then I also have to go in and listen to what I'm hearing in them, and then maybe move it a little bit and adjust. But there's no set way for me. Actually, I'm a little bit like, you know, sometimes I just throw on mics and see how it works, and just by experience, just I'm not measuring things, and although that would maybe be a good idea sometimes, but you know, yeah.
Maybe it would be a good idea.
Yeah, you never know.
Let's see, Ruli. Oh man, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. Jacob, which channels are sent to the drum verb?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I forgot to mention that before. And what I'm doing here is, I'm going to show you. the snares you see here, this is all the snares as well as ghost notes, and the samples are all sent to this one that is called drums parallel or whatever. It's just a snare bus where everything is ending on this channel or this bus and this fader, and that one sends to the rooms or the reverbs. So it's actually all the snares right now, you know, natural snare, ghost notes, samples.
So they say if you go to press Command 2 for session setup, that's where the pan law
will be in the setup, session setup. Pan diff -3 dB.
There you have it.
Does it make any sense to somebody?
Definitely not 4.5 or 6.
No.
Cool. Well, I think we'll leave it off for now with questions.
Yeah.
And take a 15-minute break.
Cool.
And come back and move on to bass?
Yes.
All right, great. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. When we return, not only will we obviously keep going the song, but the winners of the mix competition will be announced, and we'll see you in 15 minutes for more of March 2019 Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen and Amaranth.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Doubling guitars. If you're not concerned with takes being supremely tight, then you can disregard this advice. If you are concerned about tightness, make sure you double as you go and do it quickly in succession. As mentioned before in the tuning section, unless you want the parts to sound chorusy, you don't want to make a double after you tune. A similar concept applies to performance as well. A guitar's hand position and playing intensity may change between takes and cause undesirable variances between a left and a right double, which can throw off the stereo images. Let's listen to some examples. This first clip I have prepared for you is just 2 guitar parts that were played in succession without tuning happening between each take. This to me is the best case scenario. Let's listen. You can hear that the stereo field is pretty balanced, and although there may be some intonation problems with the actual performance, the overall tuning is pretty good from the left to the right, respectively. Now let's go to another example where maybe the guitarist took some time between the takes, maybe another guitarist wanted to play the right guitar or the left guitar, but for whatever reason, the guitarist's hand position and seating position, whatever he was doing, whatever zone he was in, he got out of, and then he had to re-get in it, or somebody else is in it now. So listen to how unbalanced the left and right guitars sound. You can really hear just on the palm muting parts, it almost sounds like the left is louder, even though there's not more gain. It wasn't played harder. It's just played differently. It was played with less of a palm mute, so it rings out a little bit more. And if you want to avoid something like that, you've got to do it in succession. Let's listen to a third example, and that is where the guitarist tuned between takes. Now, even just micro adjustments of the pitch can really make a difference whenever you're doubling something. Let's listen to what this sounds like. The left guitar is in tune to itself, and the right guitar is in tune to itself. But I'm hearing some problems between the 2 takes. Let's put it in mono so we can really hear how these guitars sit on each other. kind of has a Corsi effect, and maybe you desire that. And if you do, that's how you get it. But if you keep running into that problem and you don't know why, that may be the case. So let's listen to the first example again in mono, where it wasn't tuned between each take. Back to take 3. You should really be able to hear the difference there between that first take and the last take. So to me, that's the reason that you should double as you go, unless you want a certain effect. But either way, you have the knowledge you need to get what you want.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50+ hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix, because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple of little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track, go to the chorus of your favorite reference track, generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, you know, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part, and play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple of days. But find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB, and then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated when you're setting your mastering level because you're not always mixing against a brick wall. You're not mixing a fully limited, loud master. So this is not necessarily applicable to mixing, but if you're just mastering, this is the best way to set it up. You should listen to all your reference tracks here, listen to all your music at this level, in this room, on these speakers, and you will become so much more intimately familiar with the nuances of your sound system and what to expect that you'll start making EQ decisions infinitely faster, infinitely more confidently, and you're not going to need to go reference in the car or on your headphones. Listening volume is one of the most important constants that you can set in your monitoring environment.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack, and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed. Yes. See everyone? The power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and crate combo amp. I need Ultimate Guitar Production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping, the soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past.
Welcome back to March 2019 Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen and Amaranth. We just got done with incredible sounding drums. What are we up to now?
We're gonna go to bass.
Awesome.
Yep. So let's see what there is.
DI2. Does that say DI1 and DI2?
No, it's simply just a copy of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this is just, I mean, there are 3 tracks right now, and it's just a duplicate of the DI1 actually. Don't know why I call it DI2, makes no sense, but that's how it is. Yeah, let's listen. It's just for now DI. And that sounds like that. Let's work on that. I want to start with the L2 to keep all the hits really, really hard and in the same level. Yep. And then I add good old Sans amp to that.
sorry about this. A two-minute break, real quick, just to reset the Wi-Fi. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we will be right back. We just need to reset the Wi-Fi real quick because it's lagging on my end, and we'll be right back.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50-plus hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
Welcome back. I'm glad you guys like that UGP commercial. I like it too. So, Jacob, off to you.
Cool. I'll continue working on the bass here. Something like that. And then I will add second track that I'm gonna try this one.
So what is it that you feel is incomplete about that first one?
I think I like what I'm hearing on this one track with the Sandsam. This is not bad at all. I just wanna see if I can get some more MIDI grit on that into that tone. So that's what I'm gonna try with this one, which is like a little bit more like a rat type of distortion. Let's see how that works. Sorry. Yeah, that really opened up the mids. So actually, I'll try to leave it there for now. And then I want to add this heavily distorted channel where I will try to get the string sound through a lot. So you get all the clankiness and the attack emphasized here, and I can blend that in. So I'm gonna go to the decapitator here.
Pick her fingers.
This is pick.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll hear how that blends. Yeah, that does give me this this high-end, pick attack, which we're totally going for.
Yesterday you were talking a lot about how you wanted the bass to sound angry.
Yeah.
And I feel like you also want the bass to sound angry now.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. In this is of course not the same anger as yesterday, which was so much more angry.
Yeah.
This is more
Very
like
angry.
the very nice angry.
This is just angry.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
just
very
angry. Yeah. But I really want to have this almost like we talked about yesterday also, this block of bass and, distortion, pick attack. Again, a little bit with this concept in mind that I wanted, the single hit to sound a little like a piano hit. It's a little different here because the way it's played though, but I'm really looking for the bass here to be able to stand out in some way as well and emphasize the guitar sound and not just be a low-end instrument, because that is to me boring and not, to me personally, not very interesting in metal. It's so cool when you can listen to a mix and then find the bass in there and hear what it does.
I agree.
And yesterday was even, that was really prominent in the mix in the Discarnate track. Here it's probably not going to be as prominent, but it's going to have a very important and driving role, especially for the chorus where it's playing these 8 notes. Mm-hmm. So very important, and we've really, when we tracked this, we were really, picky with what is he playing and when is he playing and how is he hitting and all these things that are really important with the bass. So the bass comes, or I can really put the bass forward in the mix. So yeah, I'll probably just continue here working on that. And all these 3 different tracks goes to a bus where right now I bypassed everything that I'm doing here. But right now I feel like I have a pretty decent mix between the 3 things, where the main thing is actually the Sansamp sound, which I think is great. It works.
Great.
Yeah, it just works perfectly for me. And then I add this more mid grit to it, and I add the highs. And one thing that I should just tell you that I'm actually gating that Decapitator track, the very high endy thing. I'm gating that pretty hard because that's not important when there's a sustained note. I don't know if there's a sustained note in this song at all, just a little bit, but it's more like I want that to be on the attack, and it doesn't have to be overly high endy on the sustain. That will just bring out some noise. Let's see how it's...
For you. Our guests have arrived. Should we take 5 to let them in?
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
okay.
Sure. I'm good.
Sorry for the break, guys, but we just got to let some people in, and we'll be right back.
Right.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
An often overlooked aspect of a guitar tone is the pick. Too thick, and the artist may dig into the strings too much, causing intonation problems. Too thin, and there may be no pick attack at all. And not to mention, many other features change the sound as well. The hardness, the shape of the pick, and the condition of the edge. Here are some examples of various picks and the changes they make in the sound. So as I'm sure you've noticed, some versions of each riff sounded better than others, particularly the tremolo picking, which is this section. The lighter picks are easier to move the pick faster than the heavier picks. So for instance, that black pick, that is the thickest one, is the worst performance of this tremolo picking part. Because it was hard to move on the string like that. So for leads, tremolo picking parts, etc., a thinner pick is a better idea. So the Ultex 60, the light gray one, even the gray .88 were good. But then when I got to the green, it was a little harder. And you may have noticed that even though they're the same thickness, one of them gives a little bit more. One of them is more flexible, and it's just the material that it's made out of. So even if you think that you always use a certain thickness, you need to try the different sizes in each material because it feels different. You'll be able to play differently depending on what it's made out of. So another thing that I noticed when I was using the light gray pick, the .60, that's this performance here. When I was doing the palm mutes, I couldn't dig in as easily as when I'm using the green .88. You can hear that those palm mutes are louder. I was digging in just as much with the light pick, but they just sound a little bit weaker. That one was the gray .88, which was pretty good, but I still just couldn't dig in as hard. Let's listen to the jazz pick. That one was a little bit hard to dig in with as well, just because of how short it was. I just couldn't push into the string as much as I can so I could flick off of the string with the final stroke because it was just such a short, round pick. The black one, it was easy to dig in. But these examples were recorded on an Evertune bridge, so it stays in tune perfectly. If this was a regular bridge, that black pick example would absolutely be sharp. It would be completely out of tune. So the best one for instance, this riff would probably be the green .88. And the last riff that we have, let's play that one time. This one I wanted to demonstrate how clear the pick attack could be whenever you're on the lower strings. So let's listen to actually first the red jazz pick.
Welcome back. We just had to let our guests in. We've got Mr. Chris Adler back, along with the Discarnate Boys. Hello. Welcome back.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. And we're going to keep going. So back to you, Jacob. We were talking about a sustained note on the bass.
Yeah, we were talking about that track with the decapitator on, and we didn't want any sustained notes. Actually, it's fine that the gate cuts it off like that. That is totally fine. And then I wanted to move on to whatever I am doing on the bass bus, and that's a bunch of things happening here. So let me just start from the top. There is this that weird one, which I really do like. It's just one of Shep's, how do you say, his special thing here that works really well for bass, I think, where I can control some thickness, some air, and some bite, and some subs. It's really doing very good things. Let me just go to a spot here. I can loop. It's not only making it louder, it sounds good. And a little bit of EQ here. Let's see how that is going to work. I'll start from scratch here. Seems a little crazy loud right now. Take it a little bit down. Could also be that I'm going a little hot into it. Let's see about that. And then I am adding this one where I am working on 3 different frequencies. First of all, I'm working on I'm trying to control the clankiness of the strings. And actually, that mid thing I might not want to do much about. That's actually working pretty fine for me. So I'll bypass that for now. And another thing that I am doing for the bass in this song is that I am side chaining the low end of the bass to the kick drum, and that's what you see up here is the kick side chain. It's sending from the kicks.
But on this one, so yesterday you side chained the entire bass, so you're side chaining just the low end.
I am probably also gonna do that here, but here I'm controlling the low end. I find where I think the how do you say, the most power in the kick drums are the fundamental, and then I sidechain to that. Let's see.
just that band?
Yep. Maybe without hearing the kick drum?
Yeah.
So there you could tell what it's doing. It's just going a little bit down whenever the kick drum is hitting. And I think that's kind of cool that you can let the very low end of the kick drum control that area rather than the bass. And just, you know, the bass is not going to disappear. It's just going to be, you know, they're going to be complementing each other, and it's not going to be overly exaggerated, that spot where the kick drum is living.
Yeah.
I like that system. And here's C6. This one is, again, controlling the overall bass sound, you know, trying to keep the low end in heavy control, and also some of the attack there I want to control. So you see what it's doing there. Holding the bass in a firm grip there. That's what I'm going for.
Does he pick really hard?
Yeah. He does.
Sounds like it.
He's hitting the bass really hard, and sometimes it was like, easy, come on, it's crazy. And yeah, you can especially hear it in the verses, I think. But yeah, he's a hard hitter. It's cool. It's as long as it's kept under control. I like that it's hit really hard, and yeah, so it's good. And here's that one that I introduced yesterday again. That thing where I'm ducking the whole bass signal to get it sound even more angry and even louder. You know, this feeling of when everything is pumping and you're like, wow, because it's loud. So that one is sidechained to the kick again, and let's see what it does when we hear the kick here. It's again just a little bit, not overly crazy ducking, just a little bit, keeping that under control and making it sound like the kick drum is hitting that hard that your ears are adjusting to the crazy volume. Yeah, hits around 2.5 to 3 dB. I'll adjust that if I feel that it's too much or I'm missing the bass somewhere. And in the end of that whole chain on that bass bus, I'm putting an L2 to keep it under strict control. Right, let's go to the chorus again. And what's happening next on the bass is that I use some spreading on the bass, some type of chorus that I'm actually trying to emphasize the the top end, the string clank of the bass, and spreading that out so it gets from a mono thing to a wide stereo image. Let's hear how that works. And also it's been high passed, so I don't spread the low end, because I'm actually only interested in getting the attack really crazy. So let's hear. And that's going to be adjusted to my taste and how it works together with the drums. So let me just hear it together with the drums now. Yeah. Yeah. You hear how that spreading is really helping the bass to stand out, I think. You know, not the low end, but the whole attack thing, which is, I think that's a great thing.
Even with the drums going, it still sounds like somebody standing there, playing the shit out of the instrument.
Totally, yeah. And we want that. It's not. It has to sound just as big as the drums, actually, in some way, I think. So, yeah. I guess it's time to move on to some guitars.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Just two questions about bass.
Yeah, cool.
Don Kendall's wondering, what kind of bass was this?
This was it's a Warwick something. I think he had those Warwicks specially made by Warwick. It was an extremely nice bass. I don't even remember what it was, but it was a little like a Corvette type Warwick, but in just a little bit different. But it sounded fantastic, really. Yeah.
Do you remember what kind of strings?
No, not sure. No, I don't remember. No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Yeah, cool. This is probably, I think we, again, like I did with the Discarnate track, we listened to everything I had, me and Olaf, and we ended up taking the Fireball, I believe, and the 5150 again, which is kind of funny.
Sounds completely different than the Discarnate
Totally,
track.
yeah. But, you know, different guitarist and different guitar and everything.
Is it? So they're summed. Is it 2 per side, just summed?
This is This is the same setup as I was talking about yesterday, which is like the 2 cabinets with 4 mics on it, and summed into 1 track.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tuning on it super low as well, right?
Yeah.
A, I believe.
It could be. Yeah. Yeah, and then I think I want to make sure that that I've gated everything out, just to be 100% sure about that. And I'm gonna take this one and do a little bit of compression there. Turn the mix knob all the way down and see.
What do you want to do with the compression?
I just want to have it a little bit more under control, and I kind of sometimes like the sound of the compressor working on the guitars, so I'm gonna try with this one. It's just grabbing the palm muted notes and keeping it a little bit more into place, and I kind of start hearing the sound of the compressor, which I kind of like, you know, the little bit of compressing, a little bit of holding it.
This is I've never actually seen a 160 on guitars.
No.
It's really cool.
Yeah, that's
I'm
actually
used to it on drums.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
It's explosive sounding on drums.
Yeah, and it's pretty nice, and I like that I have this, you know, high pass sidechain feature, and I have the mix feature, because sometimes, you know, slapping a compressor on the guitar can sometimes be, yeah, you want it to be working on a guitar, but still, is it too much, or, you know, and that mix knob is just fantastic, I think. Mm-hmm. So this is, for now, kind of cool, and then I need to listen to the other guitar and hear how that sounds. I'm just
take a second
Yep.
to tell everyone who was not here yesterday to go back and watch yesterday's session. We spent quite a while talking about the mid-range bump on guitars and why it's a good thing.
Yeah. Exactly. Also explaining all the miking techniques and all the things that went into this as well. It's the same technique used here, actually. So what I did, I had the gate set and I just copied that into the track, plus I'm using the same compression setting here. I'm just gonna check how that works. Nice, I like it. Now I'm panning it out, maybe not 100%, just starting around here, 95, just as a...
Why would you not go 100%?
I don't know, there's just something about sometimes going 100% and then I end up using some spreading on the final master and I feel like the guitars are a little weird out there, too far, and sometimes I need to readjust that, go back and get them closer to the center, especially if one guitar is playing it. It can be weird with the imaging, so that is why I start there. For now, I think it's okay. It's also something that, to me, is very important to adjust when you're listening to the big picture. I mean, guitars and solo can be, wow, yeah, it's great, and then it doesn't work in the mix and together with the bass. So let me just hear that, you know, how that is working right now. Just go into the, yeah, maybe I take the verse here. Yeah.
So with that low end, I mean, low mid cut you just made,
yeah,
is that once you started to hear the guitar and bass together, starting to hear a build up?
Yeah, I started to feel like there was this a little bit of a weird sound in the low mid from the guitars. There was this honkiness or some strange thing that showed up. So I tried to get rid of that and maybe even give it a little bit more mids, and we'll see how that works. I want this to sound angry as well. It's gotta sound like, you know, shouting guitars at you, you know. So that's why I also put the mids in there.
It's ultra thick.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like already they're starting to cover the string hit of the bass, so I probably want to get a little bit of that back in there.
Would you get that back by changing the bass or changing the guitars?
No, I'll probably gonna work on the bass. So I made some cuts and I made some you know, some de-essing here, some controlling of that, and maybe I'm gonna cut a little bit back on that. We'll see if that helped just a little bit. And maybe it's different for the chorus, so I'll just check that. Yeah, change a little bit in the guitars and a little bit in the bass, and it's getting closer already. And I think I want to have the guitar sidechain to the kick as well. I feel like they're just sitting so nicely on top of everything right now in some not so cool way. I wanted to move a little bit more to pump a little bit crazy. And that's what I'm gonna try here, see if I can get that pumping. Right, like that. I think that helped a little bit to keep it more together in some way, a little bit more glued to the drums, I think. It was like it was floating in space in some way, or living its own life, and now it's...
Sounds huge.
Yeah, it's better now. So, I guess...
Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, someone said.
I think that... I think I will start to move on unless there are guitar questions we need to ask or answer.
You answered just about all of them, and then I answered the ones I already knew the answers to.
Okay, good. Then we're good.
Do we want to take 5 or 10 before going on to vocals?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's going to be a beast, I imagine.
I think I'm actually going to do the keyboards before the vocals, but that's gonna be fast.
Okay. Cool. So, all right, we're going to take 10 minutes, and we'll be back with more March 2019 Nail the Mix.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack, and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed. Yes. See everyone? The power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and great combo amp. I need Ultimate Guitar Production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping, the soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past with fizz, tuning, or common noise. But with my 9 points of light, I have the answers for you. Let it be known unto thee, there is a harrowing difference between being impulsive with your response and understanding an impulse response. In Ultimate Guitar Production, we will show you just how to create and harness the power of the impulse. For the users are many, the creators are few. This knowledge will translate across 3 genres, separate in sound, united in spirit. Young man, tell me your mixing woes.
I've tried everything, but my mixes still suck. Help me, oh Honorable Wade.
Okay, I need you to repeat after me. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection.
EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. It's all coming through.
But that's only the beginning, my friends. We'll dive deep into the holy text of guitar. And on the 7th string, it was played. Blending sounds, experimenting without guilt. You need to be triple rectified. And experiencing the fellowship between man and guitar. So I invite thee, come and wade in the sparkling, golden, healing waters of Ultimate Guitar Production.
Yo, Drumforge Ultimate Sampler is finally here. Whether you're a songwriter, musician, producer, mixing engineer, or maybe you just love making metal renditions of pop songs on YouTube, whatever the case, you need a great drum sound. Our sampler is hyper optimized and lightning fast, so you can spend less time waiting and more time creating. Like, you know, your next cat video sensation. Harness your creativity with our award-winning sample library.
Yo, shout out to Pro Tools Expert!
60 plus instruments featured on records from bands such as Attila, Machine Head, Vinyl Theater, and many, many more. Build your perfect drum kit creatively with a practical approach via the intuitive UI design. Change the engineering setups and select processed or unprocessed samples per microphone for maximum flexibility. Best of all, the mixer combined with powerful built-in DSP modules allows you to fully mix your drum sound from scratch without ever touching another plugin.
How about that?
Last but not least, it's actually affordable. Click below to learn more.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
An often overlooked aspect of a guitar tone is the pick. Too thick, and the artist may dig into the strings too much, causing intonation problems. Too thin, and there may be no pick attack at all. And not to mention, many other features change the sound as well. The hardness, the shape of the pick, and the condition of the edge. Here are some examples of various picks and the changes they make in the sound. So as I'm sure you've noticed, some versions of each riff sounded better than others, particularly the tremolo picking, which is this section. The lighter picks are easier to move the pick faster than the heavier picks. So for instance, that black pick that is the thickest one is the worst performance of this tremolo picking part. Because it was hard to move on the string like that. So For leads, tremolo picking parts, etc., a thinner pick is a better idea. So the Ultex 60, the light gray one, even the gray .88 were good. But then when I got to the green, it was a little harder. And you may have noticed that even though they're the same thickness, one of them gives a little bit more. One of them is more flexible, and it's just the material that it's made out of. So even if you think that you always use a certain thickness, you need to try the different sizes in each material because it feels different. You'll be able to play differently depending on what it's made out of. So another thing that I noticed when I was using the light gray pick, the .60, that's this performance here, when I was doing the palm mutes, I couldn't dig in as easily as when I'm using the green .88. You can hear that those palm mutes are louder. I was digging in just as much with the light pick, but they just sound a little bit weaker. That one was the gray .88, which was pretty good, but I still just couldn't dig in as hard. Let's listen to the jazz pick. That one was a little bit hard to dig in with as well, just because of how short it was. I just couldn't push into the string as much as I can. So,
all right, welcome back. Jacob, I want to say before you go on to the keyboards, I really like this guitar player. Sounds like a really confident guitar player.
He's so good. Yeah, he's great. Yeah.
It doesn't need to do anything crazy, but he just sounds awesome doing what he's doing. Yeah.
That's it.
Who cares? I mean, it's what the song needs.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and he can play the craziest shredder solo, but this one has it. It's not. There's no solo here. It's just which is perfect.
But it sounds great.
Yeah.
I've heard lots of guitar players who think they can play real well, not be able to make stuff like this sound good.
Yeah, and it's also a thing that he worked on his rhythm tone and rhythm style. You can tell it's not just, didn't come overnight. This is, something that he's been given some thought. Very important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we up to keyboards then?
Yes. Let's see what we got here. These seem so actually pretty well processed that I'm not sure if I'm gonna do anything about it. It could be that I need to listen to if they're doing something weird together with the rest of the band. And I'm looking at my analyzer over there to see if there's something that kind of sticks out, but I don't feel like there is. One thing that I remember that I worked on when I mixed this song was that there was maybe something that was a little in the way of the drum kick pattern. So I'm just gonna solo the drums, listen to the keyboards together with the drums. Yeah, and now I'm actually not sure if that's necessary, but I think what I did was there was one of them where I sidechained a de-esser type to the kick drum, so they weren't being disturbed, so to say, by some of the high-end pointiness. could be that one, I think. Which is here. That's fine. There is also a lot of high end in this one. I'll just control that a little bit. Yeah.
Isn't it a relief when you work with a keyboard player or arranger that knows what they're doing?
Oh yes, oh yes. And I also think that because it's a guitarist that's done this, he's thinking about all these things that you need to think about. Yeah, it's great when everything just falls right into place. But also not in this song, but also the way we were working on the keyboards were also like, he would make some kind of, during the songwriting process, he would have these keyboards going, and once we brought them into the song, we could maybe sometimes tell that, that thing is not going to work. Wait, I'll choose a different sound, or I'll arrange it differently. And he can go back into his little DAW and change that. And sometimes his little DAW, his cute little one that he brought. And sometimes during the mixing process, he would just sit there with his laptop ready to fix things if there was things to fix. And that's, I think it's important. You can't always do that, of course, because that's you don't always have the keyboard player or the arranger sitting next to you with the project. But sometimes in the mix phase, you realize that something you were doing in the songwriting process or in just when you were making those keyboards and effects and all these things, it doesn't work in the mix as something that it's just not, it's not that sound that you want. It's not, it's supposed to be totally different. And we could change that if we wanted to. So as far as I remember, we had to, and we did that, here and there. So we would be, I would turn around and go, Olof, help, here's something, what are we going to do? Here's something that's not working. Listen to this track, it's not working. Okay, wait a second. He will be like, okay, here's a new one in the Dropbox now. So, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that makes life a lot easier.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Now I'll try this little side chaining thing where I side chain this to the kick. Wait a second, where am I going? Yeah, so you see how it's only the very high end that's being affected by the hit of the kick drum, just to make some room for the kick drum to cut through, and it's not going to be that little arpeggio looped thing that's going to be hurt as the attack. That's going to be more focused on the kick drum. Hopefully, that was the plan. I'll just mute something here so we're not going to be disturbed by that. Listen a little bit more to this. And that was a huge bomb. Yeah, I feel like the keyboards are working level-wise and everything. Just want to tell you what I'm doing on the keyboard bus. There's a little bit of a... Oh, is it a low cut here? And I use this one again to control all the keyboards. That goes into a little bit of EQing here. Some boosting around 12K here. Boosting around 60. A little bit of parallel compression. And a little bit of EQing, that's not in parallel. And I'm scooping a little bit here because that's sometimes where some mud ends up cluttering the whole thing. And a little lift here.
I think you're probably going to increase the IK Multimedia stock price.
I think so. I'm really hoping. They're Italian, so I'm... I think so, isn't it? Let's see. I hope so. I like these. It's a little, it's kind of a cool little thing. It does so many things. There's not a lot of people using it, I think. Yeah. It's a little...
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's good. And 3-band multi-limiter here, multi-band limiter. It's, I'm controlling the low end a little bit here, and the mids, and not really touching the highs here. Again, this is barely moving, and it's just to keep everything in place and not... I mean, if something comes in and goes completely nuts, then this is holding that in control. And there's actually a little bit of stereo enhancement here as well. And a clipper at the end, which is probably not touching it unless there's something that's really loud. Here's something coming.
Said that he overthought the synths for some reason. He's not sure because they sound great. And I just want to say that, you know, another thing that I picked up was that sometimes when you get really good sounding synths and stuff, you really don't have to do too much.
No, it's actually just...
You're good to go for the most part.
They should, yeah, you just gotta check, is there something that's excessively high-endy or peaking out there or something in the low end or some rumble. You know, just a little bit of EQ. And then, of course, what I also do on my bus is hold it into place. So if multiple tracks are coming in, that it's not going to be overwhelming. So I'm just like limiting it and keeping it in control. So I don't have to work on my keyboard bus all the time. Also, one of the things I do when I have a bunch of keyboard tracks is that I want to control it on my bus, and you know, instead of me trying to automate, let's say, 40 different synth tracks, so I'd rather squash them a little bit with a compressor or limiter to keep it in control. But yeah, little to sometimes no EQ is fine once it's, you know, of course it depends on the choice of sound that's, you know, that's been recorded, but most of the times the sound that's been made that you choose is already ready for putting in directly into a mix. So why overcomplicate it?
I agree.
Yeah. So here's something where there's a loop coming in. I just want to check that. Nothing crazy happened there, so I should be good to go with that. So that was the keyboards, actually, and let me hear that in the big picture. Seems to work fine. Just heard a little bit of bleed from some toms that I'm gonna check out in a second. And I guess that we are moving into vocal territory, I guess. Right? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, let's see here. We don't really have any questions about this.
No. Yeah. Keyboards also seem like they're falling very nicely into the whole mix. It's not like I'm gonna do crazy things about that.
I think the big answer is if you did too much, you lose. And next time, don't. Unless if you need to.
Yeah,
so it's kind of funny because I think one of the biggest things you can learn, I've said it before, is when to do something and when not. Like, for instance, the kick on yesterday's song obviously was something that you should replace.
Yeah.
Because it didn't sound like it was something that was meant to be used. And it should have been replaced.
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't.
Yeah, so learning to, like you're saying, learning to judge when to,
Like they felt a sense of pride about not replacing it, which is just like, why wouldn't you do that?
Which is wrong, yeah.
But here, they felt like they weren't doing enough by just letting the synths be.
Yeah.
Which is also the wrong approach, I think.
Because they were already produced, actually. They were
already
ready.
spent all that time.
Yeah. They were pre-mixed, pre-produced in some way. So they could just be put into the song and then, ready, good to go.
Yep.
Totally. Right, let's see. Let's go to some vocals here. We'll start with Elise.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need, I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight, sequences of feeding my killing my correlation.
Yeah. I'll start with, a little gate, just to make sure that nothing weird shows up.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function, my correlation.
Like that. Some EQ. It's probably gonna be cutting out some of that low end that I hear. That's a little rumbly there.
My correlation. The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation.
And doing this low pass here.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences.
And I'll immediately go to a compressor so I can hear what's happening here. Here's my classic setting that I made sure is always opening up when I use this one. This is just my vocal setting, my go-to setting here. And it's a fine old plugin that I think it just works for me. That's fine.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation. The mission is.
And now I could hear that brought up some extra low end that I want to get rid of.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequence.
A little lift in the top end.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation. The mission is before.
Like that, and I'll put a de-esser on it just to make sure nothing crazy sticks out.
What the analog chain was?
Yeah, it's U47 FET mic going into.
I can't believe you use such a crappy mic.
No, yeah, we chose the worst one. Yeah, just like out of the out of a bag she brought, yeah, from the grocery store. Yeah, and it goes into my Neumann PV76 preamp, which is a little like the one I have here as well. Into that, and then it goes into a Neumann W495 EQ. It's old, vintage stuff, and that goes into the Purple Audio MC77, which is like an 1176 type compressor. So it's already compressed on the way in, actually.
Do you know which 1176 it's modeling?
I'm not really sure. It's just, yeah, one of them, one of the many. I remember, testing some different ones way back, yeah, many years ago when I started. And I fell in love with the Purple Audio. I just loved that. So I've been using that since, and it stays in the same setting almost on, and it's been like that for, sitting there in the same setting 15 more years. And I just gain with the preamp into it and choose a different mic for a different singer if I need to. So yeah, that's the chain for that.
The mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation.
And I actually, sometimes with a de-esser you gotta be careful. It's one of those things that are a little weird at times, but I don't need that much on this one. I'd like to hear a little bit of that high-endish, yeah, that sound. So I have this vocal is dubbed, so I'll just treat that vocal the same way, totally, and keep it tucked underneath here, like 5 dB lower. Let's listen to how that works.
Mission is before us, a corner gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation. Mission is before.
Yeah. Immediately, the dubbed sound that I'm a big fan of that. That's cool. Let's see, and then I send all Elise's vocals actually to a bus here that I'm going to show you what I'm doing. Where did it go? Here it is. EQing, again, just a little bit out of that, taking a little bit of the low end away. Little lift around 2.1 and a tiny lift in the upper range. Let's listen.
The mission is before us, a quarter gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight.
Does absolutely nothing.
I can hear the difference, but I can imagine that a lot of people are probably sitting there being like, what's that for?
Yeah. And sometimes it's also to control the piling up of, when I start sending more and more vocals into this, it's, you want to make sure that you EQ a little bit on the bus as well. I will, take some low end away on the individual tracks, but it'll still pile up, I think. So that's why I'm doing this as well. And again, introducing this fine thing where all the vocals are run through. I do a little bit of a crazy EQ here, good lift, in the upper range and a little bump in the low range here. And one more time, a little parallel. These are all in parallel. A little lift in the top and here. Some compression in parallel again. One more compressor in parallel. This is doing a lot of things. Some drive, well, not drive in that sense, but I'm kind of hitting multi-band limiter quite hard here. And one more of those, and in the end I have a brick wall limiter here to make sure. Let's see what happens.
The mission is before us, a quarter gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation.
So if we should just check what it sounds like without and what it does, that would be interesting to bypass it.
Mission is before us, a quarter gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high.
It's not only just making it loud; it's really bringing the vocals forward. That's what I'm going for, and you can hear the headphone bleed, which that's gonna be fine. I think if that's gonna be annoying, I'll find a way to get.
Because she blasts it, or because she keeps one ear off?
No, I don't think she takes one off. Some people are doing that, but it's probably just because it's pretty loud in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, and a little bit of de-essing here.
Mission is before us, a quarter gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation.
It's barely touching it, but that's also, again, when I'm piling more and more vocals into this bus, this will start reacting. And L2 to keep it in place.
Mission is before us, a quarter gene inside us, a mathematic function I need. I'm monotonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequences of feeding my, killing my correlation. Mission is before us.
Yeah. And then let me work on there are more vocals than just the verse, of course. In the verse here we have some backing vocals. Let me just check those. These are sending to the same bus, so they're getting a little bit of the same treatment. Just make sure I have a gate on them, the EQ, the compressor, and the de-esser. I might sometimes be a little bit more careful with the top end lift on backing vocals, because that's, sometimes it's not really necessary because it's just adding that those notes. It's not about the articulation. So that's going to be a little less EQ'd.
Conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight.
Let's listen to how that works.
Tonic, conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequence.
Yes. Does its trick. It's panned a little bit. Let's see if I'm gonna put that a little lower. Let's just hear it.
Conquering the high life, hiding from the daylight. Sequence.
Yeah. Very cool. And then we have bridge vocal here. Let's listen to that.
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know.
Wrong EQ. Here we go.
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
Very nice. And we'll wait with these. These are more like some ad-libbing into the chorus. I'll wait with that and get the chorus vocal going here. I'm probably going to treat most of the times my vocals, all of them get the same treatment. I mean, when they're main vocals, they'll get the same treatment on the individual tracks, and the backing vocals will more or less get the same treatment.
So yeah, I was actually about to ask you that because there's so much stuff. I mean, so many layers.
Yeah.
So they all get the same, and even when you start to get the harmonies of the same part, and then the doubles of the harmonies, and then the next harmony, and then the double of the next harmony.
Yeah. Like I said before, that the harmonies will not be, of course, not be thought of like a lead vocal, so it maybe won't have the same type of high end lift that I do, but it'll get the same compression style, de-essing, and almost the same EQing, because that's just how I do it.
So
and
with all the compression on her voice,
yeah,
I'm just wondering how you would describe your goal, because I mean, yesterday your goal was you wanted to sound as angry as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
And you've mentioned that about the bass and stuff, but what about with her?
No,
what's the goal?
It's not going to sound angry, but I want to have the vocals put very much forward, and I feel like the only way I can do that is to compress the heck out of it in different stages, and that's what's happening. I'm compressing on the way in, very fast 1176 style compressor. It's not hitting extremely hard, but it's keeping that already in pretty well under control. And then one more time I do 1176 with a plugin, and then I end up doing a ton of compression, as you see on the bus. So in many stages I'm trying to get it closer and closer to this kind of a block of vocals sitting. How can I explain? Really totally in level all the time, and that's my goal really. I want to hear everything equally loud all the time with vocals, and it's not. Yesterday I was working on getting it to sound really angry with that crazy mid lift as well, which is where the shouting, the open mouth type of EQing was going on, and here it's a different thing because it's not an angry singer. It's actually gonna be pretty nice, but there's still energy in there, and we want to bring out the energy. So that helps, with all the compression. Let's listen to the chorus vocals. She is actually almost shouting. So that's it. Sounds like she's going for it. She is, yeah. So it's very cool. for now, happy with that. Don't have to think too much about that. And what I'm doing here with the quad-tracked vocals is that I have one that is main, and I have one underneath, a little lower, that is the dub. Where did it go?
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
It's almost distorting. I kind of like it. And then I have 2 pan hard left and right.
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no.
And that's where also the Vocaline plugin comes in very handy.
I was going to ask you about that.
That's in heavy use on when I'm doing these multi-layered vocals. Otherwise, it'll sound crazy, you know, because it's. I mean, some singers know what they're doing and when to draw notes and stop and all these things, but still, yeah, you know. So that was that part of the main vocals. Let's just check out this little bridge effect here. What I'm doing here. I put on the red type of distortion here to get it a little bit old radio type sounding. That's just a little bit of a lift on the EQ and a little bit take the deep things away.
No.
A little compression.
No. Go, 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 go.
Keep that under control. And what else is happening? Yeah, the Echo Boy is doing that tape delay thing there.
No. Go, 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 go.
Yeah. That's what's going on in that bridge. And then I have some small ad-libs in between here, and I'm gonna treat the same way as the lead vocal. They're just dubs of that. We have the distorted version in the chorus as well as the clean one going on. So now let's hear what we got. Yeah, that's almost the female vocals, I believe. We need, of course, the backing vocals to go with that. And one thing I think is cool, I think the timing of her singing is so good. You know, it sits right in the pocket. You know, perfect. But she's a dancer as well, so she knows what she's doing. Fantastic. Let's move on to the backing vocals so we can make sure that is working together with the lead vocals. I have a bunch here. It's actually done like that. I believe there are 2 harmonies going with the chorus vocals, and what we do is I quad track every harmony. So you know that's why it's also piling up. Let's hear that without any. This is just this is going to a bus, and I've bypassed everything that's on the bus, and there's nothing on the individual tracks right now.
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 3, 6, 5 and a day to save my soul.
Yeah, So a little treatment on that. I'll start with putting on a little gate. That's something that I just always do, just to make sure that that's not some weird noise coming somewhere. So that's what we'll do. A little bit of EQ here, taking away some of that low end that I felt I heard.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 365 and a day to say.
And I won't be compressing this. I'll just de-ess.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
Yeah, copy all these settings to the other dubs and listen one more back.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
Yes, and I'll do the same for the next, harmony, which is
365 and a day, that's how you know.
other harmony, quad tracked. Duplicate all these settings that I've already made. It's tracked the same way, same setting, same mic and everything. So listen back.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
And then all those tracks are of course going to the bus where I'll be EQing a little bit. There's a little dip here and I'll show you why.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 365 and a day to save my soul. Just keep on, let the days go.
Again, try to make sure that there are no weird low-endy things going on. Introducing this beast again. A little lift here again in the top. Not so much doing in the low end. A little lift again here. These ones are bypassed, so nothing going on there. Here's a little parallel compression. And then a quad comp. Let's just check that out.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no.
Around this area where I felt that there were a little bit of a nasally high mid thing going on, so that's compressing a little bit around there. And let's see if it touches this one. I don't think it touches the high end. We'll see.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
Give a little, I gain a little bit here, so I have a little lift in the upper range. Let's hear it without it.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
Bringing the vocals forward. One more compressor on.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
It's not doing anything at all. It's just if I would control bring up the individual tracks, this will, control it and make sure that nothing goes completely out of whack. And a limiter here.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
Doing the same thing. De-essing again.
365 and a day, that's how you know.
That will only be hit if I decide to turn up the backing vocals. I have, if it...
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
So this is also just for safety. That's sometimes I'm doing this, just making sure that it sits on the buses, just to, you know, if I try to, if I do some moves, that I'm not going to be surprised by something that sticks out. Same with the L2 here.
365 and a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no.
Touching it. But that was Elise's vocals here. I believe we touched on every part here. There are a few small effect parts here that we can just listen to real quick.
365.
And that's the one that's making that sound. Yeah, you know, you need some kind of cool telephone, whatever effect, you choose this one. Or not always, but, you know, it's fantastic. It does all kinds of cool tricks here with some delays and some whatnot.
365.
Choose that. And here's just a copy of that, but with a backwards.
365.
Where I, of course, took this one, copied it down there, and, you know, classic, chose this one, and just pressed reverse. Yoink. I think that was something like that. And a small thing here. That was not turned on. 1 second. Because that goes here. Let's see what I'm doing here. The same thing, but with a little EQ and a little compressor. Just some small cool effects. Some cool vocal effects. Yeah. Should we move on? Or are you know, about to fall asleep?
I'm not even close to falling asleep. I think we should probably take 5, 10.
Yeah,
because we did all the keyboards and stuff, and now this, come back and get the 2 dude vocalists,
Yes.
and then do some automation and all that stuff. And
yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I predict 2 more segments. But it could be 5. You never know.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you in 10 minutes after our break, because we're taking a 10-minute break. All right.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Another technique that can be very useful whenever you're trying to define your own tone or get a sound that you haven't heard before is blending amps. Let's show an example of how this can be done. Cool. So this is a 5150 that you're hearing. Let's just solo that. Sometimes you may not have a performance that's this clear, or maybe the guitars aren't perfectly lined up, but you do want to hear that pick attack more. So something that you can do is go for an amp. In this situation, I chose a Bogner. You go for an amp that has a little more of that nice mid-range, that clear mid-range, and just get a track of the DI being reamped through that at a lower gain stage. And let me play this for you. So that's all we're getting from the Bogner. Now the trick to this is that when you blend the two, you don't have the low gain one very loud, because what it's adding is kind of multiplied by what's already there. So it's going to sound a lot louder than you think. All right, let's listen to both of those together. You can really hear that mid-range pick attack coming through a lot more. Let me turn off the Bogner and turn it back on while we're listening so we can really hear it coming in and out. That mid-range gets a lot clearer and a lot bolder than it was with just the 5150. So let's hear what that sounds like in the mix with both of those playing at the same time. So that just really cuts through so much more. If you want, let's just hear what the Bogner sounds by itself and just hear how quiet it is in the mix. You can just barely hear it coming through. So that's how much quieter it is than the actual 5150. This is the Bogner again. So you just need a little bit of it. And to demonstrate that more, I'll turn this up by about 3 dB. And you'll really hear it cut through more. And that's a very unique sound. To me, that's definitely too loud. You would kind of notice that there might be a lower gain track playing at the same time. But as long as you have it low enough, you can get away with this and you can really change the sound of an amp by just adding another one, especially if you know what characteristics you're looking for.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50-plus hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to you before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple of little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track, go to the chorus of your favorite reference track, generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part, and play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple of days. But find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB, and then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. You're sailing to Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated when you're setting your mastering level because you're not always mixing against a brick wall. You're not mixing a fully limited, loud master. So this is not necessarily applicable to mixing, but if you're just mastering, this is the best way to set it up. You should listen to all your reference tracks here, listen to all your music at this level, in this room, on these speakers, and you will become so much more intimately familiar with the nuances of your sound system and what to expect that you'll start making EQ decisions infinitely faster, infinitely more confidently, and you're not going to need to go reference in the car or on your headphones. Listening volume is one of the most important constants that you can set in your monitoring environment.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed! Yes! See everyone? The power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and great combo amp. I need Ultimate Guitar Production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping, the soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past with fizz, tuning, or common noise. But with my 9 points of light, I have the answers for you. Let it be known unto thee, there is a harrowing difference between being impulsive with your response and understanding an impulse response. In Ultimate Guitar Production, we will show you just how to create and harness the power of the impulse. For the users are many, but the creators are few. This knowledge will translate across 3 genres, separate in sound, united in spirit. Young man, tell me your mixing woes.
I've tried everything, but my mixes still suck. Help me, oh Honorable Wade.
Okay, I need you to repeat after me. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection.
EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, it's all coming through.
But that's only the beginning, my friends. We'll dive deep into the holy text of guitar. And on the 7th string, it was played. Blending sounds, experimenting without guilt. You need to be triple rectified. And experiencing the fellowship between man and guitar. So I invite thee, come and wade in the sparkling, golden, healing waters of ultimate guitar production.
Yo, Drumforge Ultimate Sampler is finally here. Whether you're a songwriter, musician, producer, mixing engineer, or maybe you just love making metal renditions of pop songs on YouTube, whatever the case, you need a great drum sound. Our sampler is hyper optimized and lightning fast, so you can spend less time waiting and more time creating. Like, you know, your next cat video sensation. Harness your creativity with our award-winning sample library.
Yo, shout out the Pro Tools expert!
60 plus instruments featured on records from bands such as Attila, Machine Head, Vinyl Theater, and many, many more. Build your perfect drum kit creatively with a practical approach via the intuitive UI design. Change the engineering setups and select processed or unprocessed samples per microphone for maximum flexibility. Best of all, the mixer combined with powerful built-in DSP modules allows you to fully mix your drum sound from scratch without ever touching another plugin.
How about that?
Last but not least, it's actually affordable. Click below to learn more.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
Another technique that can be very useful whenever you're trying to define your own tone or get a sound that you haven't heard before is blending amps. Let's show an example of how this can be done. Cool. So this is a 5150 that you're hearing. Let's just solo that. Sometimes you may not have a performance that's this clear, or maybe the guitars aren't perfectly lined up, but you do want to hear that pick attack more. So something that you can do is go for an amp. In this situation, I chose a Bogner. You go for an amp that has a little more of that nice mid-range, that clear mid-range, and just get a track of the DI being reamped through that at a lower gain stage. And let me play this for you. So that's all we're getting from the Bogner. Now the trick to this is that when you blend the two, you don't have the low gain one very loud, because what it's adding is kind of multiplied by what's already there. So it's going to sound a lot louder than you think. All right, let's listen to both of those together. You can really hear that mid-range pick attack coming through a lot more. Let me turn off the Bogner and turn it back on while we're listening so we can really hear it coming in and out. That mid-range gets a lot clearer and a lot bolder than it was with just the 5150. So let's hear what that sounds like in the mix with both of those playing at the same time. So that just really cuts through so much more. If you want, let's just hear what the Bogner sounds by itself and just hear how quiet it is in the mix. You can just barely hear it coming through. So that's how much quieter it is than the actual 5150. This is the Bogner again. So you just need a little bit of it. And to demonstrate that more, I'll turn this up by about 3 dB. And you'll really hear it cut through more. And that's a very unique sound. To me, that's definitely too loud. You would kind of notice that there might be a lower gain track playing at the same time. But as long as you have it low enough, you can get away with this, and you can really change the sound of an amp by just adding another one, especially if you know what characteristics you're looking for.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50-plus hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro.
All right, welcome back to March 2019 Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen and Amaranth. Let's just get right back into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to check out the male vocals here. I'll go to the verse here.
The mission to divide us will only unify us.
A second. Yep. We'll do the gate again here.
The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequencies are seeding your feeding your automation.
And I'll get rid of some rumbling in the lows.
The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequencies are seeding your feeding your automation. The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequencies are seeding your feeding your automation. The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you.
Yep. Worked a little bit on not touching the EQ actually. It's It's actually the same, I think it's the same vocal chain as Elise's, as far as I remember, this one, like we talked about before. So I'm gonna do very much almost the same thing here to it. Let's see what I have here underneath. It's probably a dub. Copy this setting to that one and listen.
The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequencies are seeding your feeding your automation.
Yeah, happy about that. Those male vocals are sending to a bus here that I'm EQing just a little bit here again. Using this one more time. It's probably, it could be the same setting as I've used before on Elise's vocals here. I guess it is, so no need to go further into that one. It's just, let's hear what it does.
The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set
ton of things going on there. I'll just take this down a little notch.
The mission.
And add some de-essing here.
The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequency.
And this gotta have some energy as well, I think. It's, you know, it's not sounding too nice. It gotta have some really forward sounding mids and some, you know, some good energy in there. And the same goes for what he's doing in, he's singing the chorus as well, but this is just tucked underneath Elise as well here. But I'll copy the settings, yeah, into those vocals. So that's tracked 3 times. Let's listen to this.
3, 6, 5 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 3, 6, 5 in a day to save my soul.
This is more something to give the impression of some male vocals in there. The main thing is Elise's vocals in this chorus. I mean, it differs in the songs on the whole album where he's, you know, the most prominent one, or how they, you know, there's a lot of shifting between them. Let's see what I have here. Then going to his backing vocals, already some stuff on it here, but that's not doing anything. It's just you know, tiny dip there, which is not doing anything. Just a little bit of compression and some de-essing. Let me just check it.
3, 6, 5 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no.
And yeah, 4 of those. So he's dubbing this 4 times. Let's listen to this.
3, 6, 5 in a day, that's how you know.
And of course there's, you know, all his backing vocals are ending on a bus, and he's doing 2 different harmonies. Let's listen to that, and you can also check how I'm panning that. It's not all 100%. Let's listen.
3, 6, 5 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no.
That's great. And then it's a little bit of EQing there, trying to get a little bit of that harshness out of that.
3, 6, 5 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
And that one comes on again. Let's see, these are off. It's a little bit of
3, 6, 5 in a
doesn't do anything. And that quad 1 again, I think it's the same setting as I used on Elise's backing vocals. Totally the same. A little bit of de-essing here. And an L2 one more time. Just to keep this in place. Let's hear it.
3, 6, 5 and a day, that's how you know.
Right, let's move on from that to the growl. Yeah.
Do you mind explaining a little bit more about how much gain reduction you're getting in these multiple stages?
Yeah, let me see what's going on. This, for example, let's take the verse here.
The mission to divide us will only unify us.
You know, it's hitting around -6, -7 gain reduction there. And what it's doing on the bus is probably a little bit more complicated to tell what it's actually doing, but you know.
The mission to divide us will only.
That's a little there.
The mission to divide us will only.
Not much there, and a little bit more here.
The mission to divide us will only unify us.
But as you see, it's not like it's 20 dBs of, you know, it's just small stages. I think, I mean, it's not something that I really, you know, check that is it too much or look at the numbers. This is purely by listening and you know, trying to get something out of it that I like, and then forgetting all about numbers, just, you know, turning the knobs and seeing what's happening. And I'm not, you know, I'm not afraid of something being, you know, in solo it can sometimes sound a little out of control, but I'm totally fine with that. As long as it works in the big picture, that's the most important thing. So sometimes it's like we also talked about the bass, and when you listen to it solo, it's maybe, wow, this is overdriven, or it's really, you know, it's really fuzzy and crazy. But in the big picture, this almost disappears, or it helps it make it, you know, more prominent. So same philosophy around or about here about the vocals, that all this compression and almost distorting because it's so hot compressed is helping them come forward.
And what about sorry? Yeah. What about tuning and alignment? I mean, obviously there's tuning, but it doesn't sound like you went crazy with it or anything. No. But there's some.
Yeah. What we do under, you know, in the production or in the recording stage is we maybe take, I don't know how many takes, maybe 10, maybe 20 takes on each pass. It depends on how well it's going, you know, of course. And then I comp a good take, and then I tune it. It's probably, I'll start with melodyning, you know, small bits and pieces to make sure it sits nice, but I don't go all crazy with it. And I slap auto-tune on it to make sure everything sits nice and right in the how to say in the tuning. And
what's the purpose of using both of them?
To me, I've found that only using auto-tune, there would sometimes be things that I couldn't get to work. You know, if there was a note that was a little flat and auto-tune was overcompensating on that, you would immediately hear it. Whereas if I can lift that with Melodyne, and after that auto-tune will, you know, fix the rest of it. Yeah. That seemed to be sounding very natural to me, actually, and you wouldn't get that over auto-tuned sound, which is I am really going for tuned but natural here.
Well, the time when you can really hear tuning is when you make tuners work too hard.
Yeah, and that's also why I only, with Melodyne, I just, you know, I listen to the track and I only fix the notes that needs fixing. I don't touch anything else. Mm-hmm. And another thing I do when stacking vocals, I never set the the auto tune that I'm using the same way. They're all set differently, different retune speed, different. There's this humanize button that you can set different, and I'll sometimes make, the double is singing maybe a little flat or a little sharp. It's just small things and small changes. So it's not this one. It can sometimes be a little bit phasey sounding if it's tuning the exact same way every time, especially when you're dubbing vocals. And plus the fact that for example, when I'm quad tracking vocals and then afterwards using Vocaline and making sure everything sits really tight, then if everything has been through the same setting on autotune, it will sound really weird and phasey sometimes. Mm-hmm. But this way of setting all of them a little bit different gives me a more natural sounding.
When you're auto aligning this many tracks, so are you, so you have your original comp, then you record a double. Do you align it and then tune it, or tune and then align it?
First tuning it and then aligning,
Okay. And then when you align it, is there a master take that you align to, or do you align to each new one?
No, I'll choose the one that's going to be most prominent in the mix, and the rest is going to be aligned to that one. Yeah, and it's such an important thing in these types of productions. I think that vocals sit tight, and it's not all over the place rhythmically, and all the endings are nice and and tight. So yes, where were we? Tuning, and then I wanted to go to the growl vocals, which is that's going to be a little bit different. That's going to be a little bit like we did earlier with Discarnate, where we want.
So, this is a good question. That he just asked me, with more than two vocals, how do you decide which one is the master that you align to? But I'm guessing that at first I was like, well, obviously each one gets aligned to himself or herself, but then started to think, well, if they're all singing the exact same part, maybe not. So are you aligning, do you align Elise to one of the guys if they're singing the same part?
Yeah,
or
that's actually something that we are also thinking about, or I am thinking about when we're mixing or already during recording. We know who's gonna be the kind of important one or the lead for that part, and
the
anchor.
Yep.
Right.
So
totally. And then I align everything to him or her to make sure everything sits right. So sometimes listening to things in solo that's been aligned to a different vocalist can sound a little weird, but in the big picture it works. Yeah,
that makes sense.
So it's like I'm comping this lead vocal of the person that is the anchor, so to say, and then I have a good comp of that, and everything else is aligned to that, also the backing vocals.
In that they tracked with you, and you had the ability to discuss that concept with them.
Yeah.
What happens when you get a mix where it's a little bit all over the place? How do you decide what the anchor is?
Yeah, of course I need to see what's the important thing going on in whatever it is in that part. But it's not very often that I get these things with so many vocals like I'm doing here, because people can't be bothered doing it.
But if they're not here, it's up to you to decide.
That's up to me, and I'm gonna have to decide, especially if I've already made the decision of what's the, for me, important part in, for example, a chorus. I will choose, this is the important part of this, is the main vocal, and everything else is gonna be vocaline to that. But that's also something that I go a little bit like, when I get stuff that is not aligned, I'll be like, because then I gotta, go to work with something else that this is not mixing. It's it's editing in some way, and it's
and production.
Yeah, actually, that should have been done before. But I think that not a lot of people they're not aware of how important this is. When you have a lot of vocals going on.
Do you think that I have a theory that people who go to this trouble on a production generally are mixing it too, because you're not going to put in this kind of work unless you have some sort of a vision for where it's all headed, and I feel like if you're just going to pass that off to somebody else, it's a crazy thing to just present to another mixer.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
you would never do that.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't.
it just seems like asking for problems, because it's just hard for them. It'll be a lot harder for them to understand where it's supposed to go. But since you've been producing it from the start, working with the band on the arrangements, you know exactly what everything's
I know
supposed
exactly.
to be.
Yeah, and how some of my thoughts are already around the end product. So I'm really being careful that it's not going to be crazy when I start mixing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that a lot of people think that the singer can just stop at the same time and make sure the S is just right at the same time. Yeah, some singers can do that. They can actually dub themselves and it'll sit tight, But a lot of other singers, they have no idea where to stop, where to start, and.
But even if they are good singers, like if you look at a choir that has all good singers, it still doesn't sound like one person, because you get 16 or more people.
Yeah,
you get 16 or more people. Same reason that a string section in an orchestra doesn't sound like a string quartet, even if they're all good players. It's just you can't get that many people to be that in sync.
No, it's hard, and that's why I try to tell people, please spend the $100 on that vocal line plugin if you're gonna, track tons of vocals, because I'm gonna, go crazy.
Vocal line and Revoice Pro, which are made by the same people. Revoice is just like the newer version, and depending on what version of a DAW you have from what year, one will work better than the other. But they have a rent-to-own program where I believe every quarter you pay another couple $100, because it's a pretty expensive plugin, but they do rent-to-own, so there's no reason not to.
No.
It's one of those plugins that anyone who's producing vocals, heavy or melodic, should own, I think.
I mean, when I was mixing Flesh God Apocalypse, there was a part where I went, oh, this is annoying, and I whipped out the vocal line and started doing that on all the vocals, and they were like, what's going on? And I was like, oh, you don't know this thing? And they were like, oh no, is there such a thing? Because they've spent days and weeks on fixing small things and editing words, and oh my god. So you could always ask the mixer, is there such a thing? So, but it's very important, I think. I think it's not even, it's not cheating. It's just something that's going to make the end product so much better, and it's going to make every, the mixer's life so much easier.
You can't, also, it's definitely not cheating. You can't just use vocal line, because it has a mind of its own sometimes. You have to know how to use it, and when to use it, and how to set it, or you're going to end up with some weird stuff.
It's not just a process where you go, click, done. It's you got to know what to do. And it's weird at times, though. But
it definitely likes to rebel.
Yeah. Right. Let's go to the growling here.
Searching for the borders of future ring disorder. I'm a like corruption amongst the population.
Let's see. I'm gonna treat that. Okay, let's start with the gate. Which is standard for me. Let's go with this one.
searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population.
And again, this crazy lift on the in the mid area where the growling is very prominent, which is nice.
Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the border.
A little bit of de-essing. I'll see what happens once here's a dub again. I'm spreading this a little bit out. This is dubbed, just a straight dub. Let's hear.
Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Searching for the...
Yeah. And here's another one. This is just to not to, how do you say, it's an overlapping track, so that's going to get the same treatment. It's the same type of vocals. Copy those down there. And then let's check out the bus. What's going on there? A little lift again here.
Searching for the borders of future in disorder. I'm a lucky corruption amongst the population. Uttering the skyline, deleted for the baseline. Things if I be come with me, come with me, come with me.
And then this is something that I felt I needed to do. Because there's actually a lot of bleed from his headphones into the mic, and he was having them really loud, and sometimes it was feeding into the mic like. So I'm trying to get rid of some of that bleed.
Question about that.
Yeah.
Because singers are pretty deaf a lot of the times. I've had that happen. Yeah. One thing I've started to encourage them to do is to just bring their in-ear monitors.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that how you deal with it?
No,
What do you do?
Actually, I went from a little bit more open ones to totally closed, and that's helping so much. And I didn't do it on this album. I got it afterwards. But yeah, in-ears, the only thing is that they're also many of the singers don't really think, so when they leave the booth, they're gonna rip it out. That happened, I don't know how many times with another singer, forgetting like, oh, the cable's in.
Yeah, because they're used to a body pack, I guess. So.
Yeah, yeah. But that's a good idea, and I especially encourage drummers to do that, because that's, first of all, it's so much nicer to have the freedom to move instead of a pair of cans, and you
don't have to get blasted.
You don't have to get completely blasted, and a click that in quiet parts can bleep bloop bloop or something crazy can actually bleed out through the headphones. Because sometimes when I sit here and I'm tracking drummers, when I press play in here, I can hear the click, all the way from the live room in here. It's like, clock, 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 clock. And I'm like, what the fuck was going on? It's crazy. Yeah. And I can't even be in the room. It's so loud. Oh, my God. Yeah, so, yeah,
My experience, the singers, that's a really tough gig, especially when there's more than just the producer working with them. If the band is there and under the microscope, it's the most insecure spot that you could be in, because you're all by yourself.
Oh, yes.
And you don't have the guitar to kind of hide. You don't have the flute or the bass or the drums to be behind. It's just what you are doing, and everybody's looking at you to perform in a certain way. And that, we learned early on, we have to leave Randy alone for him to be able to perform, because he has to fail with the producer before he can succeed with the producer. But you can't fail with the producer while the whole band is sitting there watching you. You have to just go away and let them go through the process of trusting each other and get to the point where it's like, I like that, and then we'll present it to the guys tomorrow or something like that. But being in the middle of it all the time creates this insecurity, really, because I think most singers are very insecure about what they're doing. I mean, there's obviously confident singers, but that's a tough job. There's nothing to hide behind.
No.
So one thing I would always do, I didn't at first because I didn't have the confidence to do it, but after a while I just set the rules up, like at the very beginning when we start doing vocals. It's just me and the vocalist, unless the vocalist has like one collaborator in the band that like that person writes the lyrics and writes their parts for them and then they sing it, which happens sometimes. But I just started imposing that. I didn't even make it an option for the bands to stay, because otherwise they would. Yeah. They would. What do you do?
It's I do from time to time tell the band to leave, because it's also, like you're saying, it's a terrible situation to, especially when it's people that are not so used to being in the studio, but it can continue all the way through the career. But sometimes it's also, people are discussing what you're doing as a singer, and you can hear it in the talkback mic, and it's so weird that
you don't hear it in talkback mic, and you're like freaking out.
Yeah,
like,
what's
what are
going
they talking
on?
about?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's so many things that can So it's a great idea to make sure that it's only especially if the like you're saying, you can keep one guy in there if that seems to work, or you gotta maybe you need to talk to the singer and see how it is working, because sometimes I also feel that it's not a problem. I see that from time to time that nobody, or he doesn't even care. It doesn't really affect him at all.
I've definitely been in some situations where the singer wanted it, and there was like just this bro vibe where they all are a part of it.
Yeah.
That's rare. I don't know. That's been like 1 in 20.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
The most delicate situation.
It's very delicate.
Where everybody can sit around and watch me play the drums and know that I did it right or I did it wrong. That's fine. But now it's just me in a booth.
Yeah.
And there's 7 people staring at me. I can imagine that gets incredibly intimidating.
I couldn't do it.
No, I couldn't do it either. Yeah. And we've had situations where that wound up in a worse situation, where now the singer's coming in, maybe not functioning properly to be able to ignore and get over the hurdles of people tossing in comments, where you have to understand it's time to step back. We trust the producer. He has the vision. Mm-hmm. Let's get out of the way and see what comes back tomorrow.
I definitely think that 99% of the time that's what's worked best in my experience.
Yeah. And with Amaranth here, I don't think the whole band was there when we tracked, and it was probably only during Elise's tracking. It was me, Elise, and Olof, and he's
her big collaborator.
Yeah. So and she's looking for his response to things as well, and she needs him there. So it's all good. Plus we've done it many times, and I don't really remember how it was in the beginning, but I've tried myself to be a singer in a band and hated it in the studio, because everybody was like, back in the days it was like you get the last 24 hours to do the vocals for a whole album, and now just you put the icing on the cake and it's now. Terrible.
That brings up another question I have on a production like this one, where there's so many vocals. How early in the process do you start tracking vocals? So you just said that you would do 20 takes of a single line to get the first comp, and then after that start doing the quads, and then after that, that's a lot of singing.
Yeah, I think we started, I'm not really sure I can remember, but I think we started pretty early. Drums done, and then we could actually, sing to the pre-production. Mm-hmm. So as soon as in this situation, because they were writing while we were recording drums, and when the drums were done, we could start singing actually. So we would probably start
right away.
Yeah, pretty early actually. And then Olaf, actually, we recorded some vocals without Olaf, as far as I remember, because he started tracking guitars in another room. And that's something that you can do at times, and that's something that's really great to get started, especially with so many layers and 3 vocalists. Otherwise, if something is not working and it's taking longer time, it's going to affect the whole...
Or if they get sick.
You never know.
Yeah.
That's also the thing. She was, Elise was, so afraid of getting sick on this in this production, because that it'll be disastrous really, because it can take, I don't know, sometimes 2-3 weeks to get over a throat infection or something crazy. And for a singer, that's just, oh my God. And for the whole product, it would mean, like, I don't know, we'd have to postpone things, and that happens. And sometimes, I remember we doing a huge production, and we couldn't finish all the vocals, so we had to stop, and vocalist had to come back, I don't know, 2-3 months later, whenever I had the time and finished. That's just how it is, and it's fine. Shit happens, Well,
the labels don't exactly.
They're not
like
too
that.
happy about it. But
yeah, they're not too understanding about that.
Yeah.
So where were we?
We were talking about the headphone bleed here that I'm trying to get rid of here by expanding a little bit here.
Searching for the borders of future ring disorder. I'm alive.
Try to find the spot where it was, where it was really loud.
Searching for the borders of future ring disorder. I'm a luck corruption amongst the population. Altering the skyline, deleted for the baseline. Things if I become come with me. Searching for.
Yeah, so that takes out a little bit of that bleed. It takes out that area once he stops singing. So that seemed to help. Bringing in this one again with these settings here.
Searching for the borders of future ring disorder. I'm a luck corruption amongst the population. Altering the skyline, deleted for the baseline. Things if I become with me.
Again, making it sound angry. We want that. Some de-essing.
Searching for the borders of future ring disorder. I'm a luck corruption amongst the population. Altering the skyline, deleted for the baseline. Things if I become with me. Searching for the border.
And a little bit of L2 at the end here. And there's some backup going on, and I have like a copy of that setting. Just copied and made another bus, which is ready for those extra vocals that are coming in here. Let's see. Let's check those. See what's going on. It's also some effects that I made, the ending reverb here. Like a little cute effect there, done by this one again. And some deep backup.
Come with me.
And that also needs some treatment there. I'll copy these settings. Oh shit, what happened there? Because it's the same thing going on. Let's hear that.
Come with me.
And these are panned. The extra dubs that come in there are pan hard left and right.
55.
That sounded weird.
Come with me.
A little crazy effect there.
Come with me. And go down before me.
Let's listen.
And go down before me.
You really hear the bleed there at the end. But that's okay. Okay, let's hear this in the big picture. Now all the vocals are actually going, I believe so, yes. So let's listen from the verse here. Yeah. Working the growling seemed a bit low, I thought. I'll work on that. Just one thing that we need to work on is, of course, the vocal effects that we talked about a lot in the discarnate mix. Here I'll go through what I'm doing here. I have, first up, let's see here. I'm cutting out some low end on what I'm sending into this reverb. Let's hear what that sounds like. I'll just find a spot where I think I'm there already. Let's see. Yeah. A little bit of reverb, then a little low cut here as well, and a little dip, a little cut in the high end going into one delay that I've got going here, and it's a bit of a modulated delay, and it's in sync with the tempo. Let's hear how that works. It's actually made dynamic, because I put on a compressor that's ducking. So whenever she's singing, I'll show you. This one sends to, or is keyed to that. So when there is singing going on, the delay is being tucked down. And it's letting go once the vocal stops, so you hear the delay tail there. I think that's really helpful to get, you know, effects, and especially delays sitting right in the mix, and not just cluttering all over the vocals all the time. Same thing happens for this one, where I'm doing the same EQ move there. And here's a little bit of a shorter tape style delay. Let's hear that. It's almost the same, but that I'm spreading a little bit with this chorusy thing here, because I wanted it to be a little stereo. It's a mono plug-in, so emulating a space echo. And it's also being ducked when there are vocals going on. And one more delay, that is a slower one. Let's listen to this. And that's the Echo Boy doing that. It has a little bit of the ambient style has a little bit of reverb on the tails, on the repeats, and it's also being ducked by this compressor here. And then I set up, so I have like a throw delay type. I have a longer delay here that's ready for whatever effects I might need. Not sure if I use it in this song, but this is something I always set up. So if I hear something where I go, oh wow, this would be great with a cool delay effect there, I can easily go to that part and just turn that bus up, and then I got my throw delay. I don't think it's used in this song. It's just part of what I set up. I always, you know, set up all these buses to make sure I've got every possible thing covered almost. So when I start mixing, I don't have to think about setting up a new bus when stuff like that comes around. And then in the end here, low cutting here and taking off some highs, which goes into a spreader of some kind. It's like some pitch shifting thing, some chorusy thing. I'll show you how that sounds. It's just to give a little bit more of a nice chorusy feeling. Let's listen with all of the effects on. You know, you hear the effects come up when the vocals stop. That's a nice thing. Right, that was the vocal effects. That's almost, we're almost there, I guess.
So, how about take a 10-minute break, come back, do the automations, master bus, and wrap it up. We'll also, right when we come back, we'll announce the winners of the mix competition. So, it will be the final segment coming up. So if you guys have any questions that you didn't ask, now's the time to get them in. We'll see you after this break.
Hey guys, Andrew Wade here. I hope you're enjoying Jacob Hansen's Nail the Mix, but I just want to take a brief second and tell you about my brand new course that's already out on URM called Ultimate Guitar Production. If you like what you hear and see in this preview and you want to learn more info, go to ultimateguitarproduction.com.
An often overlooked aspect of a guitar tone is the pick. Too thick, and the artist may dig into the strings too much, causing intonation problems. Too thin, and there may be no pick attack at all. And not to mention, many other features change the sound as well. The hardness, the shape of the pick, and the condition of the edge. Here are some examples of various picks and the changes they make in the sound. So as I'm sure you've noticed, some versions of each riff sounded better than others, particularly the tremolo picking, which is this section. The lighter picks are easier to move the pick faster than the heavier picks. So for instance, that black pick, that is the thickest one, is the worst performance of this tremolo picking part. Because it was hard to move on the string like that. So for leads, tremolo picking parts, etc., a thinner pick is a better idea. So the Ultex 60, the light gray one, even the gray .88 were good. But then when I got to the green, it was a little harder. And you may have noticed that even though they're the same thickness, one of them gives a little bit more. One of them is more flexible, and it's just the material that it's made out of. So even if you think that you always use a certain thickness, you need to try the different sizes in each material because it feels different. You'll be able to play differently depending on what it's made out of. So another thing that I noticed when I was using the light gray pick, the .60, that's this performance here, when I was doing the palm mutes, I couldn't dig in as easily as when I'm using the green .88. You can hear that those palm mutes are louder. I was digging in just as much with the light pick, but they just sound a little bit weaker. That one was the gray .88, which was pretty good, but I still just couldn't dig in as hard. Let's listen to the jazz pick. That one was a little bit hard to dig in with as well, just because of how short it was. I just couldn't push into the string as much as I can so I could flick off of the string with the final stroke because it was just such a short, round pick. The black one, it was easy to dig in. But these examples were recorded on an Evertune bridge, so it stays in tune perfectly. If this was a regular bridge, that black pick example would absolutely be sharp. It would be completely out of tune. So the best one for instance, this riff would probably be the green .88. And the last riff that we have, let's play that one time. This one I wanted to demonstrate how clear the pick attack could be whenever you're on the lower strings. So let's listen to actually first the red jazz pick and compare it to the Altex. As I'm going back and forth, you can hear that the pick attack is a lot harder to make out on the red jazz pick. Altex one more time, and then I'll go right to the red jazz pick. So the pick attack isn't quite coming through. However, the Jazz 3 definitely shines whenever you are doing leads. Listen to the squeakiness. It's a high harmonic every time the pick hits the strings. And we're going to reference the tremolo part for that. So this is a red jazz pick first. Let's listen to light gray. Let's listen to green. You can hear some of those squeaks even louder on that one. So the gray .88 is absolutely the worst for that in terms of squeaking. So red jazz, and then I'll go to the squeakiest again. So as you can see, it's not like one of these picks excels over all the other ones. It depends on what riff you're playing, what string you're playing on, how high the note is, whether it's rhythm, whether it's lead. There are so many different factors. So you can't just say one pick rules them all.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50+ hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to you before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple of little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track, go to the chorus of your favorite reference track, generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, you know, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part, and play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple of days. But find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB. And then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is, every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated when you're setting your mastering level because you're not always mixing against a brick wall. You're not mixing a fully limited, loud master. So this is not necessarily applicable to mixing, but if you're just mastering, this is the best way to set it up. You should listen to all your reference tracks here, listen to all your music at this level, in this room, on these speakers, and you will become so much more intimately familiar with the nuances of your sound system and what to expect that you'll start making EQ decisions infinitely faster, infinitely more confidently, and you're not going to need to go reference in the car or on your headphones. Listening volume is one of the most important constants that you can set in your monitoring environment.
Hey everyone, my name is Brown from Monuments and welcome to Riff Hard. I've been working on a top secret project for about 3 years now and I'm about ready to unleash it to the world. If you'd like to find out more, please sign up below to find out what Riff Hard is and how it's going to change heavy metal guitar forever. I'm going to give away 3 free 30-minute Skype guitar lessons to 3 of you who sign up. This is the future of heavy metal guitar. This is Riff Hard.
As a member of URM Enhanced, not only will you get everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription, but you'll also gain access to the Fast Track Library, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. Let's break it down.
The Fast Track Library is an ever-growing collection containing over 50+ hours of comprehensive training on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. Learn directly from top industry professionals about topics such as EQ mastery, gain staging, vocal tuning and editing, as well as deep dives on your favorite DAWs and a whole lot more. You'll be guided step by step from zero to pro.
Have you ever wished you could call your favorite producer and pick their brain? One-on-one is your chance to have that opportunity. Each and every week, we have slots available for you to book your 20-minute Skype session with some of the best minds in the game. This is your time to ask about anything related to producing, mixing, career advice, you name it.
Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. I would have given anything for the chance to pick my favorite producer's brain like this.
Do you have a mix you're struggling with? Well, each month on Mix Rescue, we select one of your mixes to open live on the air and show exactly how to take it to the next level. And we'll even send you the files afterwards.
This is the perfect complement to the pro sessions that we have on Nail the Mix because you can compare and contrast your sessions to ours and see what you've already done well and where you need to improve. Let us help you nail your mix so you can transform into the mixer that you've always wanted to be.
All of this is an amazing opportunity for you to grow, but don't take our word for it. Here's what our members are saying about URM Enhanced.
And there you have it. So if you want to level up your skills and enhance your musical life, click the link below and join us to get on the fast track to achieving your audio goals today. Let's go.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying this episode of Nail the Mix. I'm going to show you a preview of a fast track that's available with URM Enhanced. This is from Mastering with Michael Asian, and if you like what you see here, just go to urm.academy/enhanced and upgrade.
All right, the other super important thing I want to talk to you before we even get into any of the mastering techniques is setting your monitoring level. This is another thing where there's a ton of science behind it. I'm sure there are reasons why somebody might say that my exact numbers aren't accurate, but I don't think that anybody could argue that setting a precise monitoring level and sticking to it every single time you do a master is one of the most helpful things you can possibly do. The fact is, the different level that you listen to music, the louder you listen to music, the softer you listen to music, the actual frequency response of your ears change. So it's really important that every time you do a master, you're listening at the exact same level. There's a pretty easy way that I go about setting my mastering level in any room that I work in and just maintaining it. So what you need to do this, you need a couple of little pieces. You need something like a tripod. I guess you don't really need a tripod. You could probably use a microphone stand if you wanted to. And you need an SPL meter. Now, I've used the ones on my phone. They're marginally less accurate than an actual SPL meter. I think that this one that I got on Amazon for $25. It was really inexpensive. It has one job and it does it. I don't have to worry about not having the app. I don't have to worry about inconsistencies from phone to phone with the SPL meter, which is a nice thing. So I got this guy. It's got a nice tripod mount here. I have a tripod anyway. You could probably tape this to a microphone stand. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing that you have to do is put it where you sit and listen. So I have this set up so that when I put it up here, it's set right about where my head is when I'm sitting and listening to music and working. So all you have to do after you have this set up and turned on is play your favorite reference track. Go to the chorus of your favorite reference track. Generally the loudest, biggest part of your reference track, unless it's some crazy anomalous part at the end, you know, just the loud part, I don't know, the big part. And play it on loop and adjust your volume until you hit somewhere between maybe 75 and 82 or 83 dB on your SPL meter. This just has a readout. It moves up and down a little bit with the music, but you want to get somewhere in between there. And you can just find a spot that's comfortable for you. And you may want to change it a little bit as you adjust over a week or over a couple of days. But find a spot that feels like a nice, comfortable level for you. Anywhere under about 82 dB is safe to listen to for most of the day. You can always check the OSHA guidelines. They'll tell you how much sound pressure level you can take in without potentially causing hearing loss. But I think if you're between maybe 75 and 82 dB, you're in the safe zone to listen for quite a while. So set up your SPL meter, put on your favorite song, cue up the chorus of the song, hit play, adjust your monitoring level until your SPL meter hits somewhere between 75 and 82 dB, somewhere in there that feels comfortable for you. For me, it's like 78, 79 dB, and then mark off your volume level. If you have an interface like mine where you can save the volume level as a preset, save it. If you don't, put a little piece of tape on there and put a line. The important thing is every time you do a master from here on out, you should make sure that you are listening at only that volume level, and you will make much, much more consistent decisions in your mastering. So I've got this set up right now. I've got a mix queued up. I'm going to make sure we're on here. We're on, and I'm going to hit play. Okay, so this is registering around 77, 78 dB, which is where I like it. I've got my preset saved. Every time I come back to this, this is where I'm going to work. I should probably mention that in a mix situation, it's a little bit more complicated.
And welcome back to the final segment of March 2019, Nail the Mix with Jacob Hansen, Amaranth. And we are about to announce the winners of this month's mix competition. And before I announce the winners, I just want to congratulate everybody who had the balls to submit, because one of the hardest things about doing this is submitting your mix to possibly be rejected. And it's something that we all have to get over. And, you know, even when you go pro, it still sucks. So congrats to all of you. And let's get into it. First and second place of the top 20 poll have some sick prizes. First place, who's walking away with a Golden Age Premier J47 microphone, a Pre-73 preamp, and a Fuse Audio Labs plug-in bundle. His mix, yeah, I know, that's an awesome prize. Mix number 38, Eric Mass. Congrats, dude. And then second place, who gets a Fuse Audio Labs plug-in bundle. Second place, Mr. Maxim Novikov, mix number 11. Congratulations to you two. And then the secondary poll, to claim your prizes, you get up to $99 in plugins from either JST or Drumforge. You just email prizes@urm.academy. And first place is Mr. Benjamin Mueller, mix number 44. Second place is Diego Fernandez Trujillo, mix number 25. And I feel like Benjamin Mueller and Diego Fernandez Trujillo have won a bunch of times. And so congratulations for your continued success. And so one more time, first place, walking away with the GA47 microphone, Pre-73 preamp, and the Fuse Audio Labs plug-in bundle is mix number 38, Eric Mass. And second place, walking away with the Fuse Audio Labs plug-in bundle, is Mr. Maxim Novikov, mix number 11. Congratulations, everybody. And let's finish this up. How are you doing, Jacob?
I'm good.
Good?
Yeah.
So
Very
what
good.
are we up to?
We're gonna take a look at the master bus, and actually I explained what I'm doing with my hardware setup in the discounted mix, so we don't probably need to talk about this now, but I'm gonna go to what I'm gonna do on my master bus here. First, I'm gonna have this trim plug just to make sure that I can easily trim things going into my master, so I don't have to do anything crazy with the levels that I've done on all the individual tracks and buses. That stays like that all the time, and I'll probably not touch it. While I've been working, I've had this one going, you know, it's been sitting there just to make sure I heard a little bit of bus processing, a bus compression, but I don't think it's being touched at all. I'm not really sure though. But what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna put on some EQ here. Let me just start all over with this one, but that's gonna hopefully, let's see where I'm at the verse. Yeah, right, so I'll work on this. That was a little short. We'll take it bigger. I think I want to hear how it works in the chorus. kind of like that. I'll check what's happening into the bus comp. Yeah, seems to work for me for now. It's gonna be adjusted maybe when I get some more things moving. And here's another one I introduce, and we got that covered yesterday as well. The Ozone 5, which is I think a great plugin. We can do tons of things. And what I'm doing here, first of all, there's a little. I've used this to match EQ to some other mix that I've done, which is a fantastic little tool. We also covered yesterday, which
I just want to say that we spent quite a while on the master bus yesterday.
Yeah.
So we're not going to spend as much time on it today. If you want to go in full detail, just watch the zcr3ed mix, the zcr3ed live mix.
Yeah.
Which you do have access to.
And we move on to the dynamics section of this one, where I'm controlling the low end with a little bit, and you see this flickering here is going on because I have a little bit of a gate on it because I'm introducing some background noise from the analog processing that I'm using on my master chain that we also covered yesterday. That's just how it is when everything is not in the box, and which is okay. And next in the row of what's going on is a little bit of stereo width that I'm introducing here with a little lift in the mid, the low mid area up to around 2K here, and then a little bit more in the highs, and the very highs is lifted a little bit more spread out. So that gives a nice wide feeling. And this one is not in use. It's just sitting there so I can automate like an MS processing EQ if I need to do it. But that's just for safety if I need to work on that. That can bring up the vocals and some things. Not going to use that, so I can actually just turn that off for now. But let's just see what happens with this one, especially the dynamics section. It's touching here and there. It's small things happening. It's nothing overly crazy. A little de-essing here. By the way, it mixes at 100% here, and just keeping the body of the snare in place around here, and the low end of the whole mix is being controlled a little bit here. It's really small things that it's doing. And after that, I have this one going. It's I'm using that as an extra limiter. I'll set this for none. There's no need for dithering on that one. And I'm actually setting this up so I can control. I can automate two things here. I can automate the input gain of the limiter, and I can automate this enhance thing where I don't know what the process is behind this, but this is a great little tool where you can really, you can really bring out some extra meat and stuff, you know, using this little fader here. So what's actually what is going on here is that I am automating whenever there's a part that I need to emphasize. You'll see here. Let me show you. So what's happening here is we're going into the first chorus, and I'm gonna raise the enhance button here, and that's just a neat little trick. It doesn't have to be the enhance button. Yesterday I did it differently. I did it with the input gain, and that's just something of the, you know, those small little things you can do on the mastering chain, where, you know, to create some extra excitement going into a chorus or going into a quiet part, where you can make it smaller. Or that's a really cool thing. So let me see what that does. Let's just hear the part again.
It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
Yeah, I mean, this is doing some really great stuff. And at the end of my chain, I will add, let's see, where's it here? Ozone 8. And let me see if I can figure out what it's doing here. It's a little lift in the low end, tiny lift in the very highs. So that's actually not doing that much. It's just, you know, small movements. And here I'm trying, in the dynamics section that I put on, I'm trying to control the low end one more time, just to not have that kick drum going all nuts with the low end. Let me just see what's going on.
It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
It's just a little bit, and I could, you know, maybe control a little bit more. So I'll move the slider and see what happens.
It is hard to say no before you learn to let go.
I think that could be it. Let's see what it does here. It's probably not, hopefully not doing that much. No, that's only to if I need to control the rest, but this is the one that's doing the most work. This is keeping the low end from 150 down in control. And what am I doing here? This is the dynamic EQ section, where I try to find some spots that are a little out of control. We'll see what it does. You see how this one affects the body of the snare, because I want a fat snare, but it's also piling up in that area. It's a little woo, and that's totally around this area. So controlling that. And then there was another one here. Let's see. There was some different things, that I control here. And this high one, this high mid one is probably around the vocal, some harsh area. Yeah, around the 5K actually. Yeah, that could be something around that. And then a little bit of the upper treble-ish area there, the very high, and taking that a bit, that's compressing it a little bit here. Acting a little bit like a broad de-esser of some kind. And then the final limiter that's gonna keep everything in place. Let's take a look at that. That's really making it louder and keeping everything into place. And I'm making it, it's how do you say, it's not linked totally. I mean, it's compressing or limiting differently in left and right, which I kind of like, because I'm keeping a little bit of that extra wide stereo movement. Yeah, I think that's about it for the master bus here. Then I will go into some automation.
I think. Yeah, the main thing I think is, and I told you this during the break, but one of the things that I noticed in listening to people's mixes is their automation was insane a lot, and really misguided in that things that needed to go to the front didn't go to the front, and then things that should not be at the front were way loud, and the transitions didn't flow well. Like, I mean, obviously a chorus is supposed to be, like a climax in the song, but it's not supposed to be so loud that it sounds like a different song.
No, yeah.
Like it can't. So I know that there's a lot more vocals suddenly that happen, but that doesn't mean that it needs to jump up 10 dB or something, and suddenly you can't hear the rest of the band, and it's like, what happened?
Yeah, totally.
And then also, the intro has a lot of low end, it's full synth and all that, so it should sound cool and quote unquote big, but it can't sound bigger than the band.
No, it's gotta have an impact when the band enters, because that's gonna be the loudest.
Yeah, exactly. And when you have one vocalist doing a verse, it can't sound puny compared to when you have 70,000 vocals. No, so there's all kinds of...
There's so many things. Yeah. And I think when you mentioned that before, I was just looking at what would I do here, and the funny thing is that I'm actually not doing that much automation, because I think that's because I'm already keeping everything in place with all the buses that I've showed you. So it's not gonna be overly crazy when more vocals enter. It's not gonna be crazy loud, so I need to automate 6 dBs down or something like that. Because all my compressors and everything that I'm doing is keeping everything nice and tidy in place. It will get, it will be just small increments and things sounding wider, and
which is what should happen.
Which is what should happen. And if I feel like I need something to jump out, of course I can automate that, and I can just raise the volume on one bus, and then then it'll work. It's not like things will drown, and normally I don't have to do very much to make the song kind of flow. The only thing I need to worry about is, yeah, you know, the transitions between each part, that nothing's gonna sound out of place. And in this song where it's actually going, you know, up and down and up and down, I don't need to do that much automation. It's actually a little crazy that that with all these elements in here, I'm not doing very much. But that's because of my setup. I mean, if you have a different mix setup where things are a little out of control, you will, like you're saying, you'll mix yourself into a corner where it's going to be a crazy automation process to get this song working and this type of song working. Because, you know, I checked, what did I do on the original mix? Did I work on the guitars like I did on the Discarnate, where I was like, you know, oh, this riff comes in and then I need to balance that and this, you know, all the time. But nothing happened in this one because of, yeah, the arrangement is amazing. I was also like, maybe I forgot to, or but it's just, the arrangement is well thought out. It has a flow, and the guitars, you know, they don't have to be loud in the chorus, so you don't even have to, you know, turn them down, because everything is building into the chorus, and they'll be fine, you know, at the level they are. Of course, I could do a little bit of automation, but if it's working, then it's fine. So, and that is, I think that is because of the way I've, you know, made my mix work with all the buses, and with
also,
all the.
I'm sure that, but it's not just that. It's also the way you produced it and helped them arrange it and all that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's of course
it's built to work.
Yeah, the arrangement is key here as well, because it's yeah, they know, you know, that they already have this thing in their heads, so they know when is the guitar playing, how do I play it to emphasize what's going on. And the important thing in this song is maybe not the guitars, and I mean, it's not riffs, it's just sounds from a guitar in some way.
Accompaniment.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah.
It's what's, you know, that's why I was saying this guy's a very confident guitar player.
Yeah.
Because they're not really riffs. Maybe in some other songs there are, but
yeah.
These aren't really riffs. They're accompaniment. Yeah. There's just heavy guitar, riff-like accompaniment played really, really well.
Yeah.
Sounding really, really good. It just takes a confident guitar player to be cool with doing that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Right. So, just one.
Don't automate. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, what's that?
You gotta have some automation. You were saying something about the crashes?
Exactly. That was what I was gonna tell you. That I had the feeling when I was going through this song that I was sometimes missing some of those crashes that, you know, that he was playing, and that could have been my miking technique that didn't do the crashes justice or something like that, or I should have spot mic'd them. So what I just did was I went into every single crash hit and made a little, you know, I'll show you what it does here. It's just raising. It's just raising the crashes, like, you know, 3 dBs on the hit, and I do that. I just sat down and did that all the way through the song. And I've done that on several albums where I felt like the crashes needed to. I didn't want the overheads to be 3 dBs louder throughout the whole song, because that I could have done that, but it's more like the crash hits that I'm, you know, working with, and you can actually sometimes do something cool with that to really bring out the first hit of the crashes to get that impact. And that was also a little bit what I was going for there. So that's a little bit of automation all through the song, as you can see here. And I think that really helped bring out these hits. Other things that I did I do anything else? I think I've had the feeling that during the choruses I wanted to hear the keyboard parts a little louder, so I'll just play that for now and see if I can find the right level for that.
Before you learn to let go.
Yeah, it's something like that. A little lift on the whole keyboard bus in the chorus, so I can hear what's going on there, and it has this cool bass line that we want to emphasize here. Really crazy. And I felt like that worked pretty well, so I'll just copy that around. I think this marker is a little off. And into the last chorus as well. Let's see how that works. Then there's also this, I think I'll wait with the last few automations on the keyboards, because I need to bring in the effects here that are also crucial to how the song evolves through throughout. Here there are these sub kicks that are really extremely low, and I want to check what I did there, but I'm really sure that that's maybe a little much, so I'm gonna cut off the very low end here. Maybe get a little bit softer here, because it was just affecting my master bus. This may be better. Let's see how that works. Still going a little crazy. I'll just put a little bit here. Cut that out. Let's say 60. I mean, even if it's cool with those sub kicks, it can be a little, when it sucks the energy out of the band, it's a little uncool. And I know there are maybe tricks to make it work, but I feel like I can just get rid of some of that low sub, because that's not gonna, it's kind of cool, and it's in a live situation, it's fun. You can keep that in there because you have a PA system that can play this, and you will be physically sick of that, which is cool. But here we need to have it in control. Let's see, here's another one. It's like a sweep that goes up to the chorus. As well as a sub kick here. Yeah, and these effects help, you know, going from one part to another. I'll just check this part.
365 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 365 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. Call with me. 365 in a day, let's save our soul. Just keep on letting things go. We keep on telling them no. The mission to divide us will only unify us. The systematic functions erase the anachronic. Plan to set the outline, form you to the high mind. Frequencies are seeding your feet and your automation. They're gonna synchronize up, analyze the sonic for a parasitic system to face the embryonic. We're beneath the high rise, coming for the sideline. Faces fine, and now you come with me, come with me. Come with me, come with me. Follow me, follow me. Come with me, come with me. And put down before me.
I felt like the breakdown was had a little bit of loud keyboards. Take that down a bit.
Come with me, come with me. Come with me, come with me. Follow me, follow me. Come with me, come with me. And put down before me. 365 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. Come with me, come with me. 365 in a day, let's save our soul. Just keep on letting things go. We keep on telling them no.
Yeah, and some of those things that are going... Yeah, that's good. Some of those things that are going on in that breakdown part. Let's just listen. I think I need to do the same thing like I did earlier, where I had this... I took off some high-end that was going on in the keyboards that was interfering a little bit with the kick drums, and I'll do the same in this part. Just copy that setting down there, but automating it, because I don't want that to, you know, to happen. What happened there? It was strange. Yeah, where are we? Is that the one? Yeah. This shouldn't happen when I'm in the chorus, and in any of the other parts it should only happen this place here. So it's going to be bypassed, and I turn it on in that part only. Just check. Did I hear a gate closing on the guitars? A little harmonic there. Just check. A little weird. Yeah. Right. Okay. Small things here at the end to worry about to make sure that everything is working. And a thing that I want to do here is, for this breakdown part, I'll, you know, raise the kick drum a little bit, just 1 dB, to see if I can feel it a little heavier here. Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's working for now.
Yeah.
Then it goes into this part. Let's hear that.
365 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. 365 in a day, that's how you know. It is hard to say no before you learn to let go. Let me go with life. 365 in a day, to save my soul.
Felt like the screaming in the choruses. I'll just make sure that I like the level of that. I think that's okay, actually, loudness wise. So I'm almost set, I think. This could, of course, I mean, what I normally do is I sit back, you know, let it play and not look at the screen and listen to if there's something that sticks out or something that I want to automate a little bit more. But it's you know, really, as you see, just small things here and there that I'm working on, and nothing crazy is going on. I would say this is like a 90% mix, something like that.
Sounds pretty great, man.
Yeah, good.
You want to do some Q&A?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, Martin Tomasic is wondering, what do you like about the Flux EQ plugin?
Yeah, I don't know. I just started using it, and I felt like it was very, you know, the top end sounded really good in that one. I think this is probably just, you know, something that I think I'm hearing, but there was just something about it that I just kept coming back to, and that's why. Yeah.
So this question, be as brutal as possible with the answer. Please don't be afraid, because I feel like with the words in this question, like, this is a perfect opportunity to help someone stop thinking a certain way.
Okay.
So Adam L. is wondering, can you achieve the same guitar tone dynamics the guitar tone / dynamics you've been using on the Amaranth with VSTs, or only with the amps, cabs, and bikes setup you have? What's the secret? Any amp sim recommendations? Thanks.
I haven't come across any sims yet that I felt like could replace a real amp yet. It sounds a little old schoolish or something to say that, but I've tried so much, and I've had people here sitting with me and trying out things, and we've worked with Kempers, and we've profiled, and we've done all kinds of things.
What, man? Like, the thing is, you can get great tones with amp sims. However, kind of like what you said about the vocals, that most people won't go that distance with. Like, your setup in there is a distance most people won't go to.
Yeah.
So when they're comparing a very basic amp setup, maybe, they can get amp sims to kind of match up, but that's a really thought out rig.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, if you really go all the way with real amps and cabs, sims are not going to.
No.
They're not going to be able to.
Exactly, and that's what I'm often telling people, that if you don't know how to make a great, how to mic up a cabinet, make an amp sound great, you know, with all the that goes into that, then it's much better to use all, you know, the amp sims or Kempers or whatever. But if you can use an amp and get that to work, that's, you know, by far the best. And especially, you know, in this scenario where we even though we knew we were gonna reamp, he didn't record the guitars into the amps like they're sounding here, but we did choose the right amp. I mean, he recorded everything using the right amp. We just had it set up way back in the studio, you know, tucked in a lot of pillows and shit to not have it be all loud. And he was playing with a real amp when he was tracking the guitars, because it makes such a difference when you have the feeling of that amp in your hands. And especially, I think for me, you know, I've tried recording a whole album with just, you know, a plug-in on it, and when I then heard how the guitarist actually chose to palm mute and actually play, it was like, it was so different than if he had a real amp. So that's a thing to consider. Of course, there are so many limitations that people are living in apartments, and of course you can't have a two caps blasting, but in a studio environment, you should really go that extra mile to set up a good amp and hear how it sounds with two good cabinets into four fantastic mics into four fantastic preamps, you know, work on it, get the placement right, and it, you know, you can't, it's just crazy, you know, it's a crazy difference.
It is, but the key is that if you don't know how to do it, then it's kind of like with drums. Like, nothing is going to be better than a great drummer in a great room with a great set, tuned properly, with the right heads, through great mics and the great preamps. Like, nothing programmed is going to be better than that. No. But, you know, programmed drums will probably sound better than the shitty version of that.
Of course, anytime.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah, it makes total sense that if you know how to, you know, mic up a great tuned drum set with a great drummer in a great room and all these things, this is, you know, you can't compare that. But
no,
yeah,
you definitely can't.
Yeah. So,
Alan Cesar Ochoa is wondering, hey Jacob, how do you handle a singer getting tired after just a few takes? Sometimes I feel that insecurity comes in place for singers. Any tips to make them feel confident? Sounds killer.
Yeah, that's good. That is a really tough one, because singers can really, you know, be tough on themselves. And what I'm trying to do all the time is to be. I'm trying not to be tough on singers, because I know how it is to be standing in front of that mic and to be the person that's gonna, you know, put the final touch on the album, and everybody's looking at the person, and yeah, what can you do? I mean, you can kind of keep on telling the singer that you know, encourage them, be positive, don't. I mean, I've seen producers going, "Oh, you're out of pitch again," you know, mm-hmm. Don't do this and don't do that, and instead of that, you know, encouraging them by saying, "It's great when you do. That sounds fantastic. That thing you did right there was great," and then just forget about all the negative stuff. You know, it's classic psychology in human beings. But yeah, if it's just, you know, singers that are getting tired and it's fatiguing of the voice or something, then it's a whole different thing. Then, you know, maybe there's a technique problem. There could be different things. It could also be that actually your setup is not right for the singer in some way. Maybe it's the wrong headphones. Maybe you need to compress the vocals really hard, mm-hmm. so he or she can hear himself or herself better or something like that. And that's something you probably need to learn a little bit over time, or at least, you know, maybe ask how do you normally do it if they've done it before. If not, I think it's a good thing to start with an almost finished vocal sound, actually.
Yeah.
If it's an untrained singer, because you can always take, you know, the compression away and the delay and effects, and if that's on there, if the singer doesn't like it. But it gives maybe the singer some confidence, you know, having the effects and everything around it. So, yeah.
Totally. Last question, because we've been at it
yeah.
quite a while. It's from Steen Casperson, which is, hey Jacob, I'm sorry if I didn't get it, but how do you make sure there's room for the bass drops without sacrificing the song?
Yeah. It's I try, even though it sounds cool in solo that they go extremely deep, I try to cut them a little bit off on the very subs to not be squashing my master chain. I think there's a trick to how you can actually control that I haven't figured out yet. But what I do is I just low cut it a little bit so you hear and you feel the sub still, but it's not as on control as it is in solo, without that little, how do you say, roll off in the low end. Yeah.
Well, Jacob, thank you so much for Nail the Mix.
You're so welcome.
It's been awesome.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, this has been some of my favorite ones the last 2 days.
Great.
Yeah, I'm glad we got it done.
Yes. Perfect.
We've still got stuff to do. Still going to be filming the Mixing Metal with Orchestra Fast Track.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff. And mix labs are coming out with Jacob. We did a mix rescue. There's a bunch of stuff. If you liked these Nail the Mixes, we got more in store for you. But yeah, you did great, and
thanks.
I personally loved learning about this because I love these mixes.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
And yeah, thanks to all of you for watching, and we will see you next month for Fallout Boy with Sean O'Keefe. See you later.
Welcome to Ultimate Guitar Production with the Honorable Andrew Wade.
My spirit has heard your cries, wallowing in the muddiness of your mid-range, lamenting over the loss of pick attack, and giving in to your carnal amp sims. But fear no more. I have good news. Ultimate Guitar Production. The answer to your prayers. Salvation to your terrible tones. Okay, someone's out there. Yes, I'm getting a reading. Someone's out there with horrible posture. Someone who does not understand the importance of pick selection or hand positions. You. Yes, it's you, young man. Come up here.
Yes, I struggle with palm mutes and look to fix my problem in post-production.
No, this can't be. No longer. Be healed. Yes. See everyone, the power of Ultimate Guitar Production. Intonated, anointed, tuned. Bless you, child.
The prophecy is coming true.
Using my 9 points of light, we'll dive into what makes a guitar tone, uniting the spirit of the player to the body of the guitar, resulting in a joyful noise to all nations, even Germany. You must put your pride aside and give reverence to every piece of the guitar. I say unto thee in section 1, part 5, before you can trust yourself, you must trust your rod.
Oh, Honorable Wade, I am without hope. My son's guitar tone's straight from the devil, but not in the cool, Black Sabbath kind of way. He loves his metal zone pedal and great combo amp. I need Ultimate Guitar Production to heal him from this abomination.
Fear not, Meredith. Through a process of re-amping, the soul of your son's guitar tone can be born again. Re-amping is the direct line into the spirit of the player. Regardless of what equipment you possess, not all is lost. But true guitar tone starts with the hands. While true tone comes from within, we must edify the body with editing. You may have struggled in your past with fizz, tuning, or common noise. But with my 9 points of light, I have the answers for you. Let it be known unto thee, there is a harrowing difference between being impulsive with your response and understanding an impulse response. In Ultimate Guitar Production, we will show you just how to create and harness the power of the impulse. For the users are many, but the creators are few. This knowledge will translate across 3 genres, separate in sound, united in spirit. Young man, tell me your mixing woes.
I've tried everything, but my mixes still suck. Help me, oh Honorable Wade.
Okay, I need you to repeat after me. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection.
EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression, tone, resurrection. EQ, compression. It's all coming through.
But that's only the beginning, my friends. We'll dive deep into the holy text of guitar. And on the 7th string, it was played. Blending sounds, experimenting without guilt. You need to be triple rectified. And experiencing the fellowship between man and guitar. So I invite thee, come and wade in the sparkling, golden, healing waters of ultimate guitar